ja hier vorne hingehen. Herzlich.
A very warm welcome. It's great to see you all here again on a wonderful Saturday with greatest weather. International guests of the International Charlemagne Prize of Aachen. Let me welcome you to the Charlemagne Europa Forum today. Ladies and gentlemen, dear Mrs. Sepp Carlo, it's fantastic to see you again. Dear President Marja Kolak, where are you, Marja Kolak? Dear Vice President of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, and all of the other honorable guests who have assembled here to talk about the political situation and the future of Europe, and want to venture an outlook on the mega topics such as climate protection and climate change. The Charlemagne Europa Forum has been taking place for 20 years now. It is a success model. It has constantly grown. It was very modest in the early days. You can see this when you look at the photography, at the sounds. There was a tablecloth on the table, but this was not enough. Then the old Kurhaus was opted for, and now we have this wonderful venue, the Liebig, for the third time now as the setting for this forum. And I think we're all very happy to have this wonderful place available, which is also a symbol of transformation. This is a factory building, an old factory building that is used for new purposes, because we're talking about transformation and change at a place, Aachen, where we honor our Europeans. The Charlemagne Prize has always been a place of debate and consideration and thinking, and in times where the unrest since the brutal war of aggression on Ukraine started has become a very important place, because we have to talk to each other, we have to enter into dialogue, because only in dialogue we will find a long-term way to secure peace in Europe. We're happy that you all found your way to Aachen personally, because since the COVID period, we know that face-to-face difficult issues can be addressed better than on a screen. And this is why it is so good to be able to talk to each other face-to-face today, that we can welcome exciting speakers to actually pursue this debate. We expect lots of expertise. 5 former Charlemagne Prize laureates, 2 former presidents of the European Parliament, and the current vice president. Very warm welcome, Mrs. Wahl. I haven't seen her yet, but she will be attending. And she actually attended the Charlemagne Youth Prize Award presentation, and we will actually bring the same spirit and energy to this forum. So a very warm welcome to the Charlemagne Youth Prize laureates and the nominees. It's great to have you here, and that you're here to actually pave the way for our Europe of the future. Also, welcome to the panel. We will have the Vice President of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe and numerous experts from politics, science, and the media. They will actually provide us with interesting insights. The morning will be talking about climate protection, economic cooperation, and the well-being and social security. The afternoon will be under the heading of the situation in Eastern Europe, which has been characterized strongly since the war of aggression on the horrible fights and battles we see, and the incredible suffering that people in Ukraine are affected by. And in this context, we will also discuss the issue of how the development of Eastern Europe impacts or will impact the European Union. And we will, of course, talk about the accession prospects of Ukraine. Apart from the the Charlemagne Prize, Youth Prize winners, we are happy to welcome the fellows of the Charlemagne Academy. And we will do a deep dive with young people who look at specific topics and who will actually provide us with results and thereby add a new perspective to our debate. So an extremely interesting forum, an exciting forum, and a wonderful opportunity to enter into dialogue. I wish you and us a good debate, a good meeting, fruitful insights, new ideas and connections, because these connections grow into the new perspectives that we need. And this is why I would like to cordially welcome you on behalf of the city of Aachen and wish you an aspiring day. And my task with this, I would like to hand the floor to the moderator of our first panel, Anke Plättner. Thank you. A very warm welcome from me as well. I'm happy to be back again. It's almost like a classroom meeting. The older alumni are also here and the younger students also attend. And it's wonderful to be back at the Liebig. In this morning, we want to talk about transformation, and considering this, we have to admit we had like a Hygge situation. Everything somehow went well, well-being ensured, and we knew our kids would be even better off. But now something seems to have changed. So the pandemic created the first hiccup for this Hygge situation. Then the war actually really shook the very foundation of our Hygge situation. And with climate change, we feel as if the roof was coming down on us. So many things have changed over the past few years, and we feel insecure and do not know. Should we refurbish or tear it all down and build a new? There are new tools available, lots of tools. There's digitalization, there's lots of technology to find climate change. There's lots of potential with young people. So we're actually ready for transformation. But how do we really roll it out? Protect climate, secure well-being and welfare. These are all challenges for the European way of life. So this is the official topic for my first panel. And I look forward to the guests that I can discuss this with. Please welcome to the stage the Vice President of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe. This is important. Former Prime Minister of the state of North Rhine-Westphalia to October 21. And this is his home turf. He is the European Aachen citizen. Welcome, Armin Laschet. Maybe you want to take a seat over here. And talking about digitalization, then one country is always mentioned as the role model, and that is Estonia. And this is why it is particularly exciting to get a view from Estonia. And Taavi Rõivas used to be the Prime Minister until 2016 of the Republic of Estonia, and he was the youngest Prime Minister of the EU. So welcome, Taavi Rõivas. Mr. Rõivas will be speaking English, and I'm using this opportunity that we will, of course, have simultaneous interpretation again. So please take your seat there. Channel 1 is German, not Germany, and Channel 2 is English. And for attendants who wear actually aids for hearing impairments. We have specific devices available for you as well. You might say it's a men's world, thinking of the banking sector and the Catholic Church, because the management level is definitely a male level, but there's transformation happening there. And representative, this is Maria Kolak. She's president of the National Association of German Cooperative Banks, and since 2020, she has been the economic advisor to the Pope as one of 6 women in the Economic Council. She was born in Croatia, but she is now a Berlin citizen. And she started her career at the Berliner Volksbank. A very warm welcome to Maria Kolak. And Accenture would have also fit the advising position to the Pope in the Vatican, because they are really focused on digitalization. And we look forward to Boris von Klebowski. The speaker mentioned in your agenda is unavailable, and this is why Mr. Klebowski will be joining us. He is in the management of Accenture, and he looks after government relations for Germany, Austria, and Switzerland. So a very warm welcome to you, Mr. Grabowski. You were so fast. Maybe let me add, he is also working for the SPD, and he leads the digital group in this party. So let me start with you, Mr. Laschet. I just said a minute ago that our European model no longer works so smoothly. Each panelist will actually answer with a slightly longer statement, and then we will actually just go into debate and open the floor for questions. Mr. Laschet, is the European way of life no longer possible, that we have to say goodbye to this?
Well, people frequently say we've never had as much transformation as yet. Everything's complicated. Our life model is no longer feasible. I think in this respect, we've forgotten what everything has changed, what all the things that have changed in recent years. If you look back to 89, 90, back then, everything was thrown upside down. We had all geared ourselves up to say we're the West, we're in a free world. The East was part of the Warsaw Pact. There was a military threat. And not much had changed. And then we had the revolution in Central and Eastern Europe, courageous people in Poland, Hungary, including also in the Baltic states. And all of a sudden, there was a completely new order. Europe was no longer how it had been. There were new member states. And all this took place in the last 30 years. So I think the last 30 years were not that stable. Then in 2009, we had the first climate conference in Rio, 1992. And since this conference, we have been discussing climate change and how to deal with this. And then roughly 10 to 15 years ago, the iPhone was invented. This showed us digitization, but we had digitization in the past, but it accelerated at an incredible pace. Yesterday, I was at the University of Applied Science Berlin, and a professor showed me, he said, look, we're developing this as a transport device which will transport parcels from house to house. And I said, well, I saw this 10 years ago in Essen. Or in Estonia, there are people. These things are driving through Estonia. So transformation is taking place, and at the moment, everything that we have as a challenge in transformation has been made even more dramatic by a war in Europe. That's what we refer to as a change of times. That has forced us to improve our military defense strategies. I remember the general election council where the 2% threshold was seen as upgrading our military capacity. Now it's seen as not being enough. So that shows us how times have changed. And just that the other things that we have mastered, we have to approach these calmly, objectively, without getting unnecessarily uptight, without allowing populists to use this transformation and the fears of people. We must manage this in a calm and controlled manner. And the more factual information we have, the better.
When you say without exaggerated tactics, well, many climate movement supporters say we don't have the time for that.
Yes, so I'm a bit surprised that we're bringing coal-fired power stations back online. And in 24, 25, we will be burning more coal than the years before. So if everything had to be as hectic as that, then we'd have to set different priorities. But we will use these coal reserves in the coming years on the basis of decisions that we have to take in Germany, and decisions others have taken differently.
Mrs. Kollak, what would you say if we say we have to drive transformation, accelerate transformation, coming from a financial background, what is your main focus? Yes, of course, and how uh, does funding actually promote this transformation? Well, thanks very much for inviting me to speak on behalf of the National Association of German Cooperative Banks. The cooperative banks look at this joint path. What has been mentioned, a hectic approach is bad to start with. I think we're all well advised to pursue ambitious goals, and the triad of saying we want to secure jobs, we want to look after the climate, but we will also want to secure a welfare state, well-being, prosperity. This is a challenging goal if you don't want to actually fall short. And the question is the preparedness there to actually accept compromises? And economy needs ecology, and ecology needs economy. What we discuss with the SMEs in particular is how can a company today use more and more renewables, but what it takes today is to actually work with the existing jobs, speaking of coal, and these companies generate with their current business models the money needed for tomorrow's business models, and we're supporting them in this, and this is a huge challenge. Until 2030 alone, there is a forecast that we need 900 billion euros. Well, you might say, well, the government is to sort this out. But when you actually look at the formula, then you know that 9 parts are paid by business and only 1 part are paid by the industry. And this is why we need investment to actually ensure entrepreneurs. And this is why we assist our companies in this change towards becoming greener companies. But from 0 to 1, this does not work. Everything else would be an illusion, and it wouldn't be serious, and it wouldn't be fair towards the current and the future generation. But is it honest to say we can maintain this prosperity? Don't we have to cut back somewhere? Don't we have to change our lives in such a way you can no longer think that our kids will do better? This is the end. Well, when you want to secure prosperity, then there's one factor to beat or to grapple with, and this is inflation. Let's look at agriculture as an example. Everybody would like to have organic agriculture. We all like this. The liter of organic milk towards regular milk is only 2 cents. This is so not everybody can afford organic milk. And this is why we have an additional brief and task to actually create value chains that allow people to find employment. Their new digitalization tools, ChatGPT. What does this do with our structures in our country? So it takes, you have to widen the perspective. I mentioned it before, when we talk about digitalization, then we love to look towards Estonia. Your country has already mastered a transformation that we're far away from. Could you tell us how you mastered this transformation and whether it was more a question of being willing to do so or whether it was, after all, a question of money?
Yeah, thank you very much. First of all, I would like to say on your first point that European model is very much alive. And coming from a country that was occupied until the time I was 12 years old, and starting with a country from basically zero in every sphere of life, and wanting to get as far as possible from this totalitarian regime, I would say that European model is the most sustainable model of life out there. And there is still a lot of European countries and people of European countries who are pursuing for that. If you go to Kiev, if you go to Chechnya, or many other European cities that are not yet part of European Union family, you see more European Union flags than here in Aachen or in my hometown in Tallinn, or even for more than in Brussels, by the way. So they demonstrate a will to join this European way of life, and I think this is very positive, and this is a compliment for us. Now, coming to Estonia, it's not only digitalization. Of course, digitalization is something we are known for, and yes, we did start the country from zero, and this happened to be in the 90s when internet was becoming a thing, and it was possible to basically opt for the latest technology. There was no point of opting for like some old technology, and we really do have questions why some other countries take so much time in this. But this is not only digitalization. I think the main thing, we wanted to get as far as possible from the totalitarian regime, and I think the biggest lesson from Estonia and Lithuania, from that matter, and Latvia and some others, is it's actually possible. We live still next to Russia, but we are the least dependent countries on Russian energy, the least dependent. We can live without Russian energy because we understand that nothing good is ever coming from east, from our perspective. Secondly, economy. Until the Estonia was occupied, all of our economy was linked to Soviet Union, everything. Today it's, I don't know, 2%, 1%, even less perhaps. Before the current escalation of the war last year, it was like 4%, nothing. We live next to Russia, but we know that these are not the guys to do trade with. They are not reliable. And we have, by the way, told that some wanted to listen, some not, but that's a different story. And I think it's very important that also now looking at Ukraine, after the Ukraine will win the war, and Ukraine will win the war, there needs to be a lot of building from zero, a lot of factors of life, be it economy, be it the societal reform. Also coming to the EU family, it's not just like political decision. There is a lot of criteria that need to be met, and of course we need to support Ukraine in fulfilling those targets. So yeah, answering the question short, European model is very much alive. Yes, we need to do some changes in our pattern of consumption, but that's a different story, and I would comment on that later. Thanks.
Okay, well, that's very interesting. Thank you very much. Also die Verknüpfung auch von
So the linking of transformation and democracy, I think we should drill a little deeper. I would like to ask you, Mr. Grabowski, where do you currently see, looking at Europe, and where do you see the biggest obstacles to transformation in Germany?
Thank you very much for allowing me to come and speak to you today. There are many things that secure our European model, and the role of I want to talk about the role of transformation. In many companies, we can see how they are preparing for the challenges and what the challenges are. In Strasbourg on the 9th of May, the Chancellor Scholz quoted Paul Valéry, a French author. Whether things will turn out like this, I don't know, but he presented a picture of the Asian mainland and said if we don't get to that stage, then we will need the ability to take political decisions, above all talking about public goods like, for example, our security, availability of resources, and the ability to implement climate change. But the task of politics, Mr. Laschet, is to create a reliable technical infrastructure and stable framework conditions concerning data security and digitization. But for European companies, this means opportunities through using these opportunities through new forms of technologies for their companies and simultaneously reducing dependencies. And together with the Digital Association, Bitkom, we have calculated that digitization can save 1 in 5 tons of CO2. So technology will become a part of critical infrastructure in the future. And Mr. Roivers, we can learn a lot from your country, Estonia, where 99% of official services are available digitally. In Germany, we can only dream of such a situation. But the good news is that Europe is waking up. We are starting to look at our European sovereignty in relation to the major powers, Asia, Russia, USA. We're beginning to fill this with more life. The Europeans are good partners of the USA. We share their values. But at the same time, we need own technical competence in order to ensure our own political and economic freedom. The CHIPS Act, for example, enables us to invest 43 billion euros in the ability to produce our own chips. Through the Net Zero Industry Act, the European Commission has set a target of producing 2/3 of the technology required for our aims here in Europe. The third good news is that in companies, digitization is gaining pace. The potential of digital business models has been understood much more slowly in Europe than in the USA. It's taken a long time to see how we can use this to reduce costs, but slowly but surely we're understanding that the evaluation of data creates platforms of ecological systems to develop new business models. And for this, we need virtual data rooms and clouds. These can bring together all the services and data of a companies, and above all, artificial intelligence offers enormous potential that we have not yet realized. ChatGPT is on everybody's lips, and you have correctly mentioned what this means in terms of jobs in certain industries. But at the same time, a study by Bitkom carried out last year revealed an open-mindedness towards AI, but up to date, only 1/3 of the business has invested in AI. And many companies in the EU expect a further fragmentation and regional the breakup of the economy. But the only thing that we can have is AI on all levels of a company. And the big majority of the companies that we have questioned, we questioned them at Davos this year. Most of these companies are so-called transformers. They place their faith in new technology, but frequently only in individual areas, in silos. And unfortunately, European companies are particularly reluctant in this case. And a large percentage of companies have set themselves the target of declaring continuous development to be part of their strategy. But those who want to be successful must go through this process of permanent change. Silos have no chance anymore, but there is no certification specialists for these procedures. These are people, doers, who have the courage to tackle this case, and these are the people carrying out good work, bringing together competitiveness and climate protection, and ensuring our well-being, our prosperity.
Mrs. Kolak, when you look at business, many say, well, I'm not investing in climate protection because I don't know, because it pays off, whether it's really efficient. Following the KT climate barometers, 48% of the entrepreneurs say that they don't know whether it makes sense. Why is it so? Why do people know so little about it? Well, the colleague already mentioned it. There are various components to an investment decision. Profitability is such niche do I find markets? Let's talk about or stick to the example of organic milk. And what do I have to do to produce this organic milk? Which technologies do I have? What is the red tape needed? What are the approvals required to really have the economic good available, the new machine, so that it really starts producing? And when you then look at the political framework and the hectic discussions and the meeting marathons, and they tell you after 30 hours that you should have a good feeling. You don't think that this is a well thought through decision. We have the same plan. We're all on the same page. We have great plans in Germany. We're really the world champion at making plans. But to really make it happen, focusing on 1 or 2, 3 points, and to actually customize the message for the people out there. There's so many people saying, well, how am I supposed to see this now? Heating, from the heating to whatever, infrastructure of our state. We talked about Deutsche Bahn this morning, the German railways. So this is basic topics for a location of industry, and we're talking about a high-tax country, and I want to talk about this. Is this maybe the problem, Mr. Laschet, that this is taking place on all of the levels, and that it is too much, basically, and that people feel insecure because the communication is not very smart on the part of the government, and then there's a lack of planning security for local authorities. So from your political point of view, what would be a good lever to really do things, to not feel overwhelmed by everything?
So the first thing is that I think that was your question at the very beginning. Do we have to step back from our prosperity model? If we look at all the turbulence in the world, war, the disasters and everything, if we now say to the people, and you're going to lose your prosperity as well, that you will not generate enthusiasm for transformation, that would be dishonest, because as a lot of transformation, innovation, you also enable life to get better on a different level of quality. Why is an electrical vehicle, why is it a loss of prosperity compared to a combustion engine? I have both. That's a nice feeling when I drive through the city. But somebody would say to me, this is a loss of prosperity. And I say, no, this is a climate neutral form of transport. Traveling on a fast train is a gain in quality, easier to do in France than in Germany, with less high-speed stretches. Life on a climate neutral basis can be equally as enjoyable, perhaps even more enjoyable than in the past. If people say differently, then that's a bad thing. If we say some of the people in the last generation say we want to move away from the capitalistic system, up until 1989, we were able to see how a planned economy, communist system, systematically ruined the environment. Those who spent the time in the GDR up until 1999 know what that means. So this capitalistic system has always created innovation, and we must continue it in terms of transformation and change. And if you look, there is research into many minor things so that we can learn how to master this technology for transformation. And we must tell people these things. And then we have the second social question.
Just briefly, our competitors China, and it's not a democracy.
Okay, we can't change that. We're not going to improve the world if we travel to China and say, you can't do this. They won't be very impressed. So we have to get them on our side for our objectives. If we want to get China to adhere to their climate goals, not to build new coal-powered fire stations. And if they want to influence Russia to end the world, then it's not clever to travel to China and tell them everything they're doing wrong. Winning over partners in foreign policy means defining common policy. China is part of the world, and another economic competitor of us is the USA. When major industrial companies, if they move from Germany to America for their investments, and this is facilitated by the Inflation Combating Act, then the USA are competitors of ours. When Mr. Macron formulated this, everyone criticized him, but it's true. We as Europeans must define our own strengths, carry out our own transformation, and do everything to ensure that we remain an industrial site.
Das eine ist das Thema Industriestand.
If I may add to this, one thing is Germany as a location of industry. The backbone of German industry is small and medium-sized companies. We need industry, but the foundation is the SMEs, and the SMEs at large cannot shift production to the US or anywhere else. And this is what causes concerns to us. We represent those SMEs, and we see it everywhere, north and south, that we need clear impulses for small and medium-sized companies. Let me talk to you, Mr. Roivas. How did you do this in your country? How can you convince companies to join in these investments, and how important is the security, the planning security?
Well, I think actually it was very good that in the beginning, when our session was introduced, it was mentioned that we talk about megatrends, and megatrends are things that, you know, even we cannot influence. Even the European policymakers cannot influence because they are there whether we want it or not. And two of the main megatrends that are relevant in our today's context are technological development, which is accelerating at huge pace. There used to be ages named after tools: Stone Age, Bronze Age, so you know, it lasted generations. Then the industrial revolutions, again lasting several generations. And during our generation, you mentioned iPhone. 15 years ago that was invented. 15 years ago. I remember from my childhood, I was dreaming of having a TV that I can carry on to the beach. That was something I saw from the Finnish TV, Finnish newspaper, and I was thinking that this is, you know, my best thing of like consuming, or this is the prosperity. And now I'm like answering a bit of your question that you were asking Mr. Laschet, you know, what about can we continue this level of prosperity? I think the level of prosperity, or how we define the prosperity, is changing. iPhone, again, coming back to iPhone, it's a good example, because 20 years ago, before iPhone, that would have meant that you need to own a video camera, photo camera, cassette player. I will tell the younger people later what that is. Video cassette player, diapositive player. This is to super old people like myself and some others here in the room. Then, you know, mailman, yeah, atlas, exactly, maps. Then travel bureau, newspapers, and you can go on. And this is all like a device this size. So we need a little less things to be produced in a way to have them in this device, and everybody uses it. Like my grandfather, who's 88, and he never managed to use computers. Some of us still remember that MS-DOS was basically like hacking. You needed to write code to actually get to another folder. With iPhone, it's not a problem. My daughter is 4 and she uses iPhone. So I think these megatrends will influence our life as we speak, and the definition of consumption and keeping our like European level of prosperity will change. I think for my children, having a personal car is not the highest level of prosperity. They don't care about cars anymore. I still love my car. I have a German car, by the way, electric.
Okay. Ja, da ändert sich was. Die Frage ist,
So things are changing, but of course, with iPhones, for instance, we are dependent on raw materials that we don't have, that only exist in Africa, for instance. So we are in a global tissue there, Mr. Grabowski. And what would you say? How can we accelerate this transformation without making the whole society feel insecure?
Yeah, that means talking about how we can master this transformation so that we don't leave major parts of society behind, so we don't give them the feeling of being left behind by transformation. I think in Germany there are people who, looking at the public infrastructure, have the feeling that they are being excluded. They think that the investments are in conurbations and even in small federal states like Berlin. You can see that there is a conflict between those within the suburban railway network and those outside. So how can we how can we explain what is the responsibility of the state and the responsibility of the private business sector? And with this massive poly transformation, it's not only climate change, not only technological transformation, but we're talking about our defense capabilities. We're talking about having to achieve this 2% level. We're talking about significantly improving the infrastructure in the countries. We have to pay our civil servants sufficient to put them on a level playing field and to be able to use technologies effectively.
To get the people that have to work there.
And this is important for people in terms of prosperity. This massive use of capital has to come from somewhere. And for decades, we have allowed our infrastructure to become decrepit because we have tried to balance the books too much, perhaps.
So more private investment. Oh, absolutely. I think we all have a shared responsibility for education. We just heard about the young kid, aged 4, managing technology, taken for granted. But people at large need to know that you can learn about these things. Education in our country was already a problem before COVID, but then we saw the disaster during the COVID period, digital teaching. And what it takes is a renewed effort to get our population fit or in shape for the future challenges. I would like to open the floor for you now and ask for your questions. And I would like to ask you to use one of the microphones in the room. Or we also, I think, have mic runners reaching microphones to those who cannot move, because otherwise we won't be able to hear your question here at the panel. Thank you very much. Maybe you can briefly introduce yourselves. Bettina Leisen, Antwerps from Belgium. I'm a gynecologist and have dealt intensely with the topics of health and nutrition, especially for cancer patients. And I would like to make a remark on what Mrs. Kolak said when you said that many people cannot afford organic milk. Don't we have to create a turn of the tide in the brains that cheap is not the sine qua non? In 1970, 25% was accounted for of the income was accounted for by nutrition. Today, I think it is about 10% that you pay of your income on food and nutrition. Shouldn't we advocate and help the institutions in charge of this and policymakers to tell people and enable people to live a healthier life without actually missing out and cutting back on other things? And I'm alluding to the excellency that Mr. Roivas mentioned when he said that his son is no longer interested in his own car. Let me give you one example. My kid actually went through the ecclesiastical confirmation, and what would you like to have? I said, and she said, I want a new backpack. And she actually walked to her local store, picked it, and then actually ordered it via the internet. And I, the godmother said, see, this is a Belgian company. With what you've just done, to simplify matters, you're only making the Chinese happy. So we have to change our attitude. Thank you very much, Mrs. Kolak. Cheap should not be the sine qua non criterion. How do we create the attitude? Well, if we live this triad of sustainability, our governance, we do not stand for a maximization of profits, our organization. This is an attitude. How can I, within my region and my cooperative banks, live and thrive in the regions? They work in the regions. This is where we pay our taxes, in the regions. And I think that in conurbations, rural areas, we can actually strengthen this attitude, this awareness, so that people learn and understand that the companies here in Aachen are contributing to society and therefore also deserve the income. People are altruistic. They say, well, I would like to do this and that, and at the end of the day, they don't do so. And we still remember this mentality that thriftiness is cool. We have lost many things because of being too thrifty. You want to comment this?
Yeah, good aspect. Food. We have the mentality that food and drink must be cheap above all, and we make compromises in terms of quality. For some people who cannot afford higher quality food and drink, this very quickly sounds like a project for the elite. We have to put people in a position to be able to assess what is good and bad food and drink, and then make sure that they are affordable for them. We can do a lot through agricultural technology to produce healthy food at a costly and favorable price, but there will be nevertheless be increasing numbers of people in society who can't afford this.
Would you say that there should be more legislation, for instance, what should be controlled, what should be combined?
Currywurst. Telling people what to do makes no sense either.
Other questions, please. Yes, I think you were first. Can you please go to the microphone and use the microphone? And then you are next. Hello, Murasefa of Arbeit an Europa e.V. and the Charlemagne Youth Prize laureate. I have two questions. One on the employment dimension. I think you only briefly mentioned it, Mrs. Plättner, but I think you cannot talk about transformation without referring to the aging society in Europe and the scarcity of the shortage of skilled labor. I would have liked to hear more about this, maybe also from you, Mr. Laschet. This term of transformation, I think, is used as if there had never been anything like that. But Eastern Europe has gone through a major transformation, and I wonder what can we learn from this transformation, and also through the Eastern German perspective. Thank you very much for these two questions. Mr. Laschet, would you like to start by telling us how we should respond to this? To this shortage of skilled labor, although we have as many people in employment as ever before. But we're losing up to 8 million workers over the next few years.
In der Tat ist das so.
Yes, this is a transformation that's been going on for decades. But the question is, what transformation is mentioned more in the public debate? The warning of demographic change and loss of specialist workers, I think Kurt Biedenkopf mentioned this in the 1970s in a book, in the 1970s, 50 years ago. But it wasn't a work of art, because you just had to look at the birth statistics. You could see we had an aging society, and that less and less young people were being born. So roughly 20 years ago, I became generation minister, because the idea came up to accompany this demographic change through political measures. The baby boomers in 1960s are now progressively retiring. The highest birth rate was in 1964, 1.3 million. Today we have only 300,000 to 400,000 births per year, so it's easy to work out that we have a shortage of skilled workers, and that situation will not change. The question is, how do we react? Of course, this means that we need immigration. There's no other solution. And we have to create a climate, and another transformation is we have to become more multicultural. In North Rhine-Westphalia, where 25 people have an immigrant or migrant background. Amongst children, including in schools in Aachen, this figure is 40 to 50%. These will be the elite in 20 years' time. And if we know that, we must recognize the diversity, give everyone the chance to progress. And even then, it won't be sufficient if we just involve people who are already in the country. In addition, we will need managed immigration on a larger scale. And we always saying at the moment, of course, we're saying we have terrible problems. At the moment, we have a lot of immigrants from Ukraine. Many will return after the war. So in the coming years, this challenge will remain, and we as Germans will have to campaign to present ourselves as an attractive country, because other countries are competing for the experts as well, and we're not necessarily the most attractive.
Because we're lagging behind in digitalization, among other things. And
the language is a problem. Many other reasons apply. Tax, charges, no trains.
So people are coming, but the problem is many who arrived in 2015 have still not found an entry to the labor market. Yes, work-life balance. There are many settings, screws that are important over time. But don't forget about this aspect either. How much longer can we afford letting a certain potential of the population lie idle, like female workers? Yeah, but the younger generation wants to work less. Yes, exactly, correct. You mentioned it a minute ago, cutting back. I have 3 kids. I always had to cut back on certain things. So an individual decision is also needed here. If you want to have children as a woman and with your partner, to really clearly say this is a deliberate decision. With 3 kids, you're really falling out of all of the normal family structures, but only from kid 3, you're really benefiting society. And so you can only point in one direction, but it also means own responsibility in helping society.
In terms of the question of skilled workers in the future, we will have to think about new ideas in Europe in terms of training people. In particular, in Germany, we're very much based on references, certificates, And when we get job applications, we only accept the people with the corresponding academic qualifications. We have to bear much more in mind that we need to upskill and reskill people, perhaps in areas where they had nothing in common in the past. Why can't we retrain a taxifier to become a technician, for example? We do this because otherwise we can't, for example, cover the demand for IT professionals. I think we have to go down more unconventional routes than we have done in the past.
I might be wrong, of course, and this is always good to remember, but I think that Estonia and Germany have come from so different situation for the last couple of decades. Estonians always feel that we have so much to win, and Germans have so much to lose. And this gives naturally a little bit different attention or atmosphere while you think of topics ahead. Estonians need to be hungry for success, hungry for technologies, all sorts of kind of things that improve our lives. Now, just if the question was what to learn, it's very slippery slope to tell that this is what we do is somehow usable here and there as well. But I think from our perspective, a good example has been that we have always tried to legalize and enable progress. I mean, you can be for or against the gig economy, it doesn't really matter, but it's here to stay. Some cities in Germany have legalized, for example, Uber and Bolt, for example, Frankfurt. Some cities have not, like, for example, Hamburg. And this is different attention, and the Estonian way has always been, let's find a way how to legalize in this way that we benefit most, because we see that it's coming anyways, and if we don't do it, they will do it in Riga or somewhere else. So I think that's the kind of mentality issue. And my last point, there's a lot of talk about organic milk. In my childhood, we had nothing. We really had nothing. Like, we couldn't even dream of buying anything from Germany because you needed German Deutschmarks for that, and we didn't have any way of getting those. But you know what? We had plenty. Organic milk. Because organic milk. That we still have actually in Estonia. We have a lot of organic food because we live in a luxury. We live, between forests and bogs and actual fields. Milk doesn't come from the shop, milk comes from the cow. And this is like a big thing I hope I can also teach my children. And this for me gives like an interesting perspective. Sometimes you are missing things that you cannot have. And going to missing organic milk is to me like very much going back to basics. So it's really like heartwarming for me. Thanks.
Aber Hafermilch inzwischen wächst schon.
But oat milk is growing on fields by now. This is also part of our transformation. The question about Eastern Europe and Eastern Germany, this was exciting. What Mr. Rauvas said was very important. We had so much to win. This was also true for the Eastern German citizens. They had lots to gain, but now feel left behind. Why hasn't it really properly worked, and how can we tackle this?
Good question. If you look at surveys from Thuringia, you could see the AfD and the Left Party are both together above 50%. The classical democratic parties no longer have their own majority. The question is why? And I think perhaps this is very complicated, many reasons, but I think the difference between the Baltic states or other states in Eastern and Central Europe, I think the difference is that the entire country of Estonia started from zero and then has gone jointly down the same road and has then benefited from digitization. The Poles had their freedom struggles, but they were always Poland beforehand and still are, and are now going down the road to the new era together. Eastern Europe Germans, all of a sudden they find themselves in a unified Germany, and from that moment on they're no longer comparing their life with people in Warsaw, Budapest or Bucharest, but they're comparing their lifestyle with people in Cologne and Munich. And then of course economically they are in a worse position. Life is more difficult. And I think they would actually have many reasons to be proud, because technology in the east of Europe is new, mainly new technology, because it had to be renewed after 1990. But in terms of prosperity, they always have the feeling that they have to compare themselves with other countries, other cities in the west of the country, and this creates the impression of being second-class citizens. For example, they don't get many jobs in the highest federal institutions. Okay, they had the German Chancellor for 16 years, but at the end of the day, she was no longer seen as an East German. But in Estonia, things are different, and it's young people who are occupying the top positions. You have young prime ministers, and I think that's a major difference. As Mr. Laschet has said, we made a mistake as West Germans. We approached people with an attitude saying we have to educate them and say you should do everything like we have done. And we didn't look perhaps at certain things that they were able to do better than us. We said they were communists, they're a bit stupid, and we'll tell them how things work. And that was a mistake. And the way we did things at that time was perhaps the only solution. But if we look at the administrative structures, we were trying to force our structures, impose our structures on them, but that did not lead to creativity, encourage people to do something for themselves.
But you might also say that each citizen in the former GDR had to put their lives upside down. They had to rethink police, the insurance companies, everything else. So they're the specialists in transformations, aren't they? We could really leverage and use them, couldn't we? Wouldn't this be a good idea?
Mrs. Pletner, one example from my experience. I'm quoting Mr. Biedenkopf for the second time today. I'm not a particular fan of him. The Prime Minister of Saxony said at the beginning of the 90s, he said, in the GDR we had a tradition in semiconductors. Let's make this known and focus on this. Today, a large share of European semiconductors is produced in the area around Dresden, and they're on a global level, the top of the world league. So an old skill from the GDR has been used as part of the transformation, and nowhere in Germany are as many semiconductors made as in this area around Dresden. I asked a lot of the students where they came from, and a lot came from Aachen, and they had moved to Dresden. We should have produced 50 of such examples, used what we had in the GDR for the new era.
We have a few more questions. Oh, Mr. Rivers.
Very brief note. I think looking from Estonia, like I cannot distinguish a person who has grown in West Germany or East Germany. For me, you are all the same, and I think there shouldn't be any difference. Counted, neither are Estonians. We have never been communists. We were just occupied for 50 years by communists, and I think it's also super important to remember. You mentioned digitalization and how this has helped us to develop, but also I think it's fair to say, especially here in Germany, where Germany has been the biggest donor of the cohesion policy of European Union, I think it has been a tremendous success. And I think we should be very thankful for that. And also I think, of course, Germany is winning from that as well, because we see that a prosperous Eastern Europe is actually beneficial for the whole of Europe. And I hope, and one day, this day is not actually very far, when Estonia will be a net payer to European Union. We are very close to that. We are very happy to support Ukraine, Moldova, and others to join, and to help them also to this level of economic prosperity that we have achieved. So I think it's not only digitalization, also this European cohesion. This has been tremendous success.
You had a question. The white jacket and then you. Yes, please. Hello? I am the National Prize laureate. Mr. Laschet, you said if there's no capitalism, there is communism. I don't think that this creates a lot of hope for young people, especially for our friends from Eastern Europe. I would like to ask the other panelists what the alternatives are. What are the ideals, the role models that we are working towards to bring about this transformation and to start this 0 hour? This was very hard to understand. I'm sorry. Could you please repeat the last sentence? The microphone didn't work too well. The question was, what is our alternative between capitalism and communism? Okay. Tatjana?
Ökologische Marktwirtschaft, ne? Ich meine, es ist
Social ecological market economy. I think there's different things play an important role in market economy, but we have to look at the interactions. If we have social responsibility, economic strength, and ecological responsibility, when we bring all these three things together and use these to design business models, activities, that's something that must encourage everyone to join in, to be part of this. Our problems are bigger than they were for a long time, and especially in terms of climate change. So it should be a fascinating aspect to put oneself in a position to and make oneself available and contribute towards mastering this climate change. And
can social and ecological social economy be thought in one thing? Or, as I initially said, this is a symbiosis. I'm speaking on behalf of an organization that looks back on over 170-year history. So we have over 700 banks at different locations, federalist, democratic, and each shareholder in each bank also has only one vote, although it may hold more capital. And the cooperative idea is a World Cultural Heritage by UNESCO because it is based on own responsibility. We're not calling for the state. No, we build and thrive on own responsibility and subsidiarity. Even the smallest unit, once it can actually perform a task, should perform this task. And when you look beyond, okay, I cannot shoulder this by my own, we come in, kick in and help. If you combine these things smartly and without any hectic approaches, because we're all in the crisis mode and used to be for quite a while, then this country with education, infrastructure, more ecological thinking can develop further. I am positive, I'm optimistic that we will be able to do it. Thanks very much. You first, please. Yes, exactly.
Cisco, I come from Romania. I'm a former Charlemagne Prize winner. And I want to ask a question on a slightly different topic that was not mentioned until now. What is your opinion on the EU's emission trading system of the carbon credits? Because one goal of the EU Green Deal is that Europe will be carbon neutral until 2050, but we are still trading carbon credits. And maybe also for my colleagues who don't know how these carbon credits work, they're also known as carbon allowances, and they work like permission slips for emissions. When a company buys a carbon credit, they gain permission to generate 1 ton of CO2 emissions.
Okay. Thank you.
No,
If we think about carbon credits.
What do you think about the credits?
Emissionszertifikate etc.
Also die Frage war halt eben, was
The question was what we think about this emissions trading, right? That was their question.
That's your question?
Yes.
Yeah.
Also wir haben ja Pariser Klimaabkommen.
We have the EU Green Deal and the Climate Pact, but geopolitically speaking, we face the fact that not many people comply with these rules. Insofar, we have participants who undertake to comply, like we did it in the Federal Republic for specific sectors. There were certain developments paths, but if the global commissions are taking place somewhere else, this is of course difficult. Emissions trading as such with a reasonable price structure requires more, and above all, fewer standards, because this complicates life even further.
The fact that this is even more complicated on the national level is clear, but through this emissions trading, we still create comparable rules for 27 countries. Was the person asking the question? This system is, I consider this system to be the right one. We say that in 5 years, for example, not 2050, but between 2023 and 2028, we would like to reduce such and such an amount of CO2. And those who emit CO2 must pay more and more as the years go by. That's a market economy mechanism. The reduction amount is clear. It has to be a certain amount by 2028. If you invest early, you don't have to buy the certificate. So it's a market economy incentive to change the technology in your company. If you do nothing, then year for year, things will get progressively more expensive. I actually think this is a very intelligent system. And this means we can achieve the CO2 targets with ecological means. The opposite model is our discussion regarding heat pumps. People say, as from day X, you mustn't install any new ones. So what do people do? Up until day X, they're installing heating, oil and gas heating systems.
Same thing with with bulbs, with the light bulbs.
Mrs. Pletner, if we offer a perspective and say we have to reduce CO2, that's one approach. I'm not against what you're saying, but I'm saying if you try to arrange things on a government level, there are many people who try to circumvent this. So the market economy approach that that is the best one, where you can plan yourself.
There's so many questions. Let's collect questions. I think you were first, and we're running out of time. So let's collect 2 or 3 questions. Otherwise, we won't be able to finish on time. I was unaware of.
Alexander von den European Socialisms. I'm here from the network of Charlemagne Youth Prize Fellows. My question is, you have mentioned very small devices, and the power is accumulated in many small companies. We have seen how many things are replaced by an iPhone, but producing these iPhones, there's a little consensus, and 3 major companies predominate the market. None is in Europe. And in terms of the companies, only a few in Europe control the content of these apps and devices. And this, for the first time, we have a lot more jobs being reduced in Europe than created. So the jobs that are being lost in this wave are people with less qualifications, and the new jobs are for high qualified people who normally come from a privileged background. And my first, could you, one quick question, please. The first question is, so how can we justify this digitization wave without unconditional basic income? And our democratically legitimized governments in Europe, how can they really control these major companies from other companies? Yeah.
First of all, there was a question about finding gray zones between market economy and communism. There is no such thing. Communism does not work. Let's not live in illusion. Go to Cuba if you want to see the closest thing of communism, and don't have any currency with you. Just try to live with the local currency and see how long it takes you. There is no model of communism that can actually work. That's the first thing. And now we go to the question of pretty much the same question. I think the biggest challenge in this is that in Europe we tend to hold on to legacy jobs too much. And I know it hurts, and it's very, very blunt of me saying that, but we need to reckon when the jobs are changing, and it's better to make the shift quickly, then we will survive. AI, digital transformation, they will all lose some jobs in the, when they're developing, but they will create so many others. Yeah. But again, let's learn from history. Today it's happening faster, and this is why it hurts more, and this is why it's easier to lag behind if we compare ourselves to US or some other regions. But look at the history. There used to be tens of times more people working in agriculture. Most of those jobs, neither of the youngsters here in the room would not want. There used to be a lot more people building roads. Would you want to do it without a tractor? I'm not sure, probably not. So let's just see where the jobs of the future are. Let's try to enable them, and let's little bit try as policymakers try to hold on less to the old jobs, including, by the way, the example of taxi drivers. That hurts, and I feel sympathy towards them. But taxi driver is a job of the past. Mm-hmm. It will change.
Die Frage,
we need to realize that.
Ja, die Frage, die da noch dazu kam, war noch die.
The question was also one about the unconditional basic income.
In the past, people said that a lot of jobs, of unqualified jobs, are being lost, but today we can see an urgent demand for people without particularly high qualifications. Entire areas of catering, tourism, railways, they're on strike for higher wages because you can no longer find people for these jobs. So in the low-wage sector, wages will probably increase and people will be sought for and needed.
Maybe one last sentence on the unconditional basic income. When you have like a fund or a budget line from which you want to pay something, then this needs to be generated, this income, by all. So there's not such a thing as a budget line that is always full. This needs to be filled by somebody. The companies generate the money that needs to be paid into this fund. But we actually pay this to the state, and the state can only redistribute what has been produced before or generated before. It's easy to speak about an unconditional basic income, but who pays for this? So we have to face those debates as well. Well, this is a separate discussion. We wanted to come in on digitalization again.
Perhaps two things. The realization that it affects the people with the lower or medium qualification levels or people from non-privileged backgrounds. I think this idea, this concept is only in part correct. For example, we will see through ChatGPT that jobs will be called into question. For example, banking, insurance, accounting, jobs will be called into question because they can be automated and they can be substituted in part through AI. So by all means, this development will by all means affect high qualified areas. So the situation is by no means that the jobs being created in growth industries will not benefit only those people from high qualified people. There's a high demand at present for people with in-house training who then obtain higher qualifications and then can obtain better paid jobs.
We can probably answer two more questions over there, please. Yes, you first, maybe. I cannot exactly say who asked for the floor first. Yeah, we need a microphone here in the front row.
Johanna from Estonia, and my question is, if Germany and Europe in general finds it important to be environmentally friendly, to reduce dependency on Russian gas and also to maintain profits, why would it decommission nuclear power? Because all of these are part of an urgent problem, the Ukraine war crisis, inflation and the climate crisis. nuclear power nowadays is safe, has very little waste as it appears from the outside. Decommissioning it out of anxieties that stem from the past, for example, Chernobyl, is a bad example for the rest of Europe and is just surrendering our economic, monetary and martial future to fear. Thank you.
Ich habe jetzt nicht Ihre Frage verstanden.
Maybe we'll take another question. Yep, we'll take a second question.
Lithuania, and I am the second prize winner of the Charlemagne European Youth Prize. So,
Congratulations.
thank you. Thank you. Yes, so my question would be maybe a very broad one, but maybe I would like some short comments about that. But
Also wir haben noch 3 Minuten.
We have 3 minutes left.
as quick as possible, just to mention a few points. We will have 1.2 billion climate migrants in the future in the whole world. We're also already right now experiencing one of the most serious droughts in Europe, in Central and Southern Europe. And you're talking about European prosperity, and you're saying that we don't want to stop that. But my question is, do we not want to stop it, or will it just stop itself? Like, do we have a plan on how we're going to tackle these problems that we've never had before?
Okay, danke.
Thank you. One last question, maybe the gentleman at the front. Yes, please.
Hi, Josmar from Malta. Winners. My question is related to this matter. So we're talking a lot about digitization, but it also requires technological advancement, and Europe sometimes lacks in this matter. And there is legislation pushing cut-off dates of cars, etc., but we're not sure if the technology will reach there. Do you see risks in this and the impact on eco-anxiety? Thank you.
Okay. Dann Sie noch.
Okay, and we'll take your question and then we will go into the final round.
I'm doing a voluntary year, European Youth Prize 2020, and you...
on a very important subject, like the need to retrain skills, also to develop basically climate and environment engagement among the youth and through education. When we got the prize, and then President Macron upholded this idea of European civic service, so basically helping other countries to develop FSJ, BFD, how it exists in France, in Germany, so volunteering schemes supported by the state. It was also in order to maybe have the means at European level to address basically some common priority. And of course, environment is one of them. So maybe to have massive schemes helping young volunteers to help for the climate, also to exchange and have mobility at European level. Right now we have actually talk, and I will conclude on that, talk in Estonia about developing this national civic service of volunteering.
Your question, please.
And my question was, yesterday with State Secretary Morgan, we mentioned that yes, climate, environment-related volunteering could be a way not only to help to address the issue, but also educate young people on that. So it's only one example, but my question was, how do you see means and political means to basically do this retraining of the youth and to mobilize the youth?
Okay, thank you very much for your question. Very, very short. Es geht von Ihrem Mittagessen ab.
Yeah, you'll have to reduce this from your lunch break.
In Romania, we were the former Charlemagne Prize winners from Romania for the biggest European Affairs Forum. And my question is, because you mentioned the jobs of the future, what does quality employment mean for you? Because we see all over the countries in Europe, the parliaments trying to define what quality employment and the job of the future would be. And what should be the request for the quality employment for all? Thank you.
Okay, dann würde ich jetzt...
Okay, I would like to close the round of questions now, but I'm always happy to receive so many questions. But we'll try to summarize all of this. But when you really look ahead of time and see how you can really customize the message for young people who are really active in the climate movement. What makes sense, and what is the prosperity that this generation can expect to have? How honest should you be, and what does this mean for the jobs of the future? Maybe you can summarize. Well, I think what has always helped me, and what is probably also important for young people to accept, is that prosperity is not cast in stone. All generations before and in future will have to work for this prosperity. Prosperity is different from what our parents enjoyed, and this prosperity also is subject to a certain change. People after the war actually understood their meat dish on Sunday as prosperity. Today, people eat meat every day if they want to. And lifelong learning, that's the second point. Knowledge is one thing, but preparedness to relearn and learn for the rest of your life is the second thing, and then we will be able to manage.
Perhaps to come back to the penultimate question, how can we encourage people to contribute to this transformation process? Companies, at least in my experience, are able to change and to learn. I can say for my company, today we recruit people who come to us, or sometimes we have to approach them. They have a very clear idea of how a moral, responsible, just world, how this world looks. They don't come to us because they find our company so great and want to quickly earn money and have the big cars. They come to us because they want to get involved in work that can make a difference. They want to contribute in other companies, in other organizations to improve these, including with the help of technology. But they want to be part of a social benefit. We talk to completely different people than was the case 15 years ago. And with this attitude that you described just now, you are highly welcome to many companies, including ours.
Mr. Roivas.
Yes, I think overall very good questions. I don't want to go to have this discussion only like on negative things. I think we have been way too critical about Europe, too critical about Germany. I think there are so many good things about Europe, Germany, and also digitalization changing the workplaces. Let's not forget that digitalization, especially expedited during COVID, has also offered us working over Zoom and enabling us to actually live in a countryside, perhaps in jobs, not all jobs, but many jobs, and this is increasingly trendy, and working for a company that is in Berlin. That's possible now. That wasn't possible 5 years ago. And this creates tremendous opportunities for countryside and also perhaps people living in eastern part of Germany. Secondly, the same with education. Again, like let's take 30 years ago, you had to really go like travel and pay a lot for your education to get it abroad. Now there is millions of courses available on the internet. Yes, not all of them are formal, some you still need to pay for, but there's endless of opportunities. And my last point for the young people here is, I mean, if you want to be successful, work for it. It's not the task of your parents, it's not the task of your government, it's your task. Go for it. Learn, study, work hard, and you will succeed. There is no other way. And if you ask what is the sphere or what is the sector you should work for, we don't have the answer. You do. You know better what are the sectors of the future. Never ever rely on your parents or government alone. Rely on yourself and you will succeed.
Yeah, both the contributions from the recent Youth Prize laureates, as well as the comments from my Estonian colleague. They enrich our debate in Germany. If you were to talk like this in many German debates, you would be warm welcome. But in the Eastern European countries, Bulgaria, for example, this desire to do things yourself, to change things yourself, to take responsibility yourself, to get involved in voluntary schemes, to engage yourself beyond your work area. Yeah, as my colleague said, don't moan, get stuck in. It's up to you to decide whether you succeed or not. The government has to create the framework conditions to enable everybody to get stuck in, and they don't want a situation where if they have new ideas, the government creates so many barriers to prevent this from happening. We must enable people to achieve their ideas, and I think that's something that we can learn from people in Central and Eastern Europe.
I would like to thank you all cordially, Mr. Laschet, Mr. Roivas, Mrs. Kolak, and Mr. Grobowski. Well, I think with such questions asked, we shouldn't be worried about our European way of living. So much to win, you said, Mr. Roivas. Let's go for it. Thank you very much, and now we will break for lunch. Next door.
You got me, it's lucid. I'm so high up and lucid. You take me to a safe place. We steady on the same pace, yeah. I'm crazy, you like that. Don't back down, no you talk back. Keep it spicy, there's a fat fact. We on the right track, yeah. Driving me wild, giddy up like a stallion. Saddle up and ride you, we crossing the line like a champion. Driving me wild, giddy up like a stallion. Saddle up and ride you, we crossing the line, we some champions. We know how to make it rain in the bedroom. We don't need a club, got our own groove. Coming at the same time, yeah. You don't got the time for us. When we make it rain in the bedroom, we don't tell us all what we gon' do. Dirty little secrets, yeah. Keep it in the sheets with us. When we make it rain in the bedroom, bedroom. When problem, we gonna fix it. This ain't the type of thing you lose, so let's keep on doing what we do. Driving me wild, giddy up like a stallion. Saddle up and ride you, we crossing the line like a champion. Driving me wild, giddy up like a stallion. Saddle up and ride you, we crossing the line, we some champions. We know how to make it rain in a bedroom, 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 bedroom. We don't need a club, got our own groove. Coming at the same time, yeah. It don't cost a dime for us. When we make it rain in our bedroom, we don't tell us all what we gon' do. Dirty little secrets, yeah. Keep it in the sheets with us. When we make it rain in our bedroom, bedroom. When we make it rain in our bedroom, bedroom. When we make it rain in our bedroom, bedroom. When we make it rain in our bedroom, bedroom. You got me exclusive. I'm so high up and lucid. You take me to a safe place. We steady on the same pace, yeah. I'm crazy, you like that. Don't back down, no you talk back. Keep it spicy, that's a fact. We on the right track, yeah. Driving me wild, giddy up like a stallion. Saddle up and ride you, we crossing the line like a champion. Driving me wild, giddy up like a stallion. Saddle up and ride you, we crossing the line, we some champions. We know how to make it rain in the bedroom. We don't need a club, got our own groove. Coming at the same time, yeah. You don't got the time for us. Want me make it rain in the bedroom. We don't tell us all what we gon' do. squeeze, don't get it twisted. If there's a problem, we gonna fix it. This ain't the type of thing you lose, so let's keep on doing what we do. Driving me wild, giddy up like a stallion. Saddle up and ride you, we crossing the line like a champion. Driving me wild, giddy up like a stallion. Saddle up and ride you, we crossing the line, we some champions. We know how to make it rain in a bedroom, 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 bedroom. We don't need a club, got our own groove. Coming at the same time, yeah. You don't got a dime for us. When we make it rain in our bedroom, we don't tell us all what we gon' do. Dirty little secrets, yeah. Keep it in the sheets,
before the sun appears, before the world has even stirred. Let's get out of here. We don't need to hurry. The road ahead is clear. Let's follow the coast as far as it goes, or until we disappear. That gives me an idea. Let's get lost together. Let's go chase that postcard. Wish you were here, weather. Let's get lost together. 'Cause if we don't, I know that I won't even last another year. The wind at your shoulders, soft-gin in our ears. There's a whole wide world about to unfurl, not so far from here. So let's get lost together. Let's go chase that postcard. Wish you were here, weather. Let's get lost together. 'Cause if we don't, I know that I won't even last another year. Let's go disappear far away from here. Let's get lost together. Let's go chase that postcard. Wish you were here, weather. Let's get lost together. 'Cause if we don't, I know that I won't even last another year.
You got me, it's lucid. I'm so high, up and lucid. You take me to a safe place. We steady on the same pace, yeah. I'm crazy, you like that. Don't back down, no you talk back. Keep it spicy, there's a fact. We on the right track, yeah. Driving me wild, giddy up like a stallion. Saddle up and ride you, we crossing the line like a champion. Driving me wild, giddy up like a stallion. Saddle up and ride you, we crossing the line, we some champions. We know how to make it rain in the bedroom. We don't need a club, got our own groove. Coming at the same time, yeah. It don't cost a dime for us. When we make it rain in the bedroom, we don't tell us all what we gon' do. Dirty little secrets, yeah. Keep it in the sheets with us. When we make it rain in the bedroom. When we make it rain in the bedroom. I'm a main squeeze, don't get it twisted. There's a problem, we gonna fix it. This ain't the type of thing you lose, so let's keep on doing what we do. Driving me wild, giddy up like a stallion. Saddle up and ride you, we crossing the line like a champion. Driving me wild, giddy up like a stallion. Saddle up and ride you, we crossing the line, we some champions. We know how to make it rain in the bedroom. We don't need a club, got our own groove. Coming at the same time, yeah. It don't cost a dime for us. When we make it rain in the bedroom, we don't tell us all what we gon' do. Dirty little secrets, yeah. Keep it in the sheets with us. When we make it rain in the bedroom. When we make it rain in the bedroom. When we make it rain in the bedroom.
know whether when they switch on the mic. Okay. Oh, hello? Welcome, everybody. Between enlargement and internal reform, how can a larger union work? That's the topic of today. And since Russia's invasion of Ukraine, we saw a lot of unintended or at least unpredictable consequences of this war. We saw Switzerland joining EU in implementing economic sanctions. We saw Sweden and Finland applying for membership in NATO. We saw Germany getting rid of Russian fossil fuels. And perhaps also as surprising, we see a new talk in the EU about enlargement, which was considered quite a toxic topic for many, many years. As the EU wants to continue to grow, apparently, it must also address a lot of issues. The distribution of power in a larger union, the way decisions are made, the distribution of money in the future, and of course, the balance between national decisions and decisions taken at EU level. What are potential benefits of an enlargement and what are drawbacks? And have the 27 the strength to reform themselves in order to be operable? That's the question, or some of the questions of our panel. I can promise you a lively debate because I already had one with our panelists. Please welcome our guests. First of all, it's Dalia Grybauskaitė, the former president of Lithuania. She was also awarded the International Charlemagne Prize in 2013, if I'm not mistaken. Next is Werner Hoyer, the president of the European Investment Bank in Luxembourg. So I think we're going to speak a lot about money. Thank you for being here. On the other side is Ivan Krastev. He is a political scientist, I think a very well-known one from Bulgaria, and author of... Please.
Wrong opinion.
Author of books that I found very, very interesting, where I already got the agreement that I can sum 2 books up in 1 sentence, where more or less he makes the case that you cannot force political ideas on people without getting huge divisions in the societies. It's okay?
In political science, everything is okay these days.
And now, my biggest challenge today, please welcome Eka Kheshelashvili. She was former Foreign Affairs Minister of Georgia, Justice Minister. She worked for the EU Anti-Corruption Initiative in Kiev and is now working for USAID, also in Kiev. Welcome, and after the applause, please pronounce your name once again.
Eka Kheshelashvili.
Thank you.
It's even more
Welcome to all of you. And I would like to, before later on we open it up to your questions, and especially Dalia Grybauskaitė was very keen on getting your questions. I would like you to have your introductory remarks. Mrs. Grybauskaitė, can a larger union work?
The question is irrelevant because a union will enlarge. It is a necessity because of our economic competitiveness is lacking and because of needs to defend and secure ourselves. That means enlargement is happening and will be happening, and we will be requested to manage it, no matter what. So that means we will manage. We will discuss in our Brussels bubble all details as it was even before enlargement of 10 countries in 2004. But it is a necessity, it will happen, and we will manage.
When President Zelensky visited Brussels on the 9th of February, he was at the press conference with the President of the European Council, with Charles Michel. He said, "We want negotiations this year," and I quote Volodymyr Zelensky saying, when I say this year, Charles, I mean this year, so 2023. What do you think if you hear this?
I think that they're right, making the best what they can during this very difficult time for them, and pushing us Europeans, who are too relaxed, reacting too late, and still thinking that we have time. We do not have time, and they do not have time. And I think that it is realistic to start negotiations. That not mean that negotiations will be finished very soon, but to start, it is realistic, because any process of negotiations, and with Bulgaria, for example, we remember it is the golden time for any accession country, because you're under pressure of reforms. Of course, for Ukraine is even more specific situation, because they're under pressure of war. But it is great possibility to change from scratch everything and to rebuild and build from new the new country. And Ukrainians are doing it very fast.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hoyer. Enlargement will also be about money and the distribution of money within the EU. What is your take on the challenges we are facing?
My take is that we better get out of the nitty-gritty and see the big picture. When I was nominated European Affairs State Minister for the first time in 1994 in Bonn, I was asked what I believe the European Union integration process is. And I said, that's the organization of the survival of the European countries in the globalization process. Or maybe nowadays the word globalization is not so much en vogue anymore, but still the process is there, which leads to the fact that from 37% of GDP globally in 1994 to today to 13% of GDP globally produced by the Europeans, this is a huge decline. And if we don't take care of our interests in the globalization process, or however you call it, together, we will fail. And there, I would dare to say, and I know we have a couple of very critical candidates for membership in the European Union, but the membership of Ukraine will strengthen the European Union and not weaken it.
Please go ahead.
Well, maybe I've surprised people now, because when I read the papers and the concerns and the debates in some parliaments, I have the feeling people are expecting a poor developing country entering the European Union. Jesus Christ, this country is in certain aspects far ahead of us. When I talk to Ukrainian refugees in my city of Cologne or in Luxembourg, these ladies, they always tell me, well, when I need some administrative stuff done in my country, I do it digitally. Here I need to apply for an appointment at the city office somewhere, and then I wait a couple of weeks until I get a possibility to deliver my request. So this is a country that is in certain ways ahead of us. And look into the past. Where in the Soviet Union was the most advanced technology produced and developed? In Ukraine. Why don't we see that once Ukraine is member of the European Union, the European Union will then be one of the biggest exporters of grain and other agricultural products. So let's have a little bit more a positive approach, and not this negative assumption that in a zero-sum game we are going to be the losers.
Thank you very much. I stick to Eka. You used to work with the European Union Anti-Corruption Initiative. Mr. Hoyer just said Ukraine is in many ways more advanced than other countries. Can you confirm that?
Well, if we look into Ukraine and then capacity, versatility, agility of the country during the war, not only to sustain war with Russia in the way that Ukraine does, but at the same time to engage itself in the wide spectrum of reforms that they are very actively engaged in, becoming a leader, not to be offensive to our colleagues and friends from Estonia, almost the leader in some areas in digitalization during the wartime, and having that part of the development enticing the spirit of future in terms of economic sector as well in that regard in the country. If you think of it and then put yourself in the shoes of those people in the conditions where they are much more advanced in one very pivotal aspect, I would say. They are ready to fight for the values and principles they believe in, and they are ready to fight for their future and build for that already now in parallel to waging the war. I don't think that many nations can be proud to say the same about themselves these days. Globally speaking, I'm not speaking about Europe particularly now. So if we speak about that moment of reimagining the future at a time when there are forces, and very serious forces globally, that unravel the current order with the aim of creating the new one, fitting their perspective of what the future should be. Without that spirit of creativity, thinking outside of the box, and ability to sustain hardship now for the future to be better for tomorrow, I don't think that Europe has a competitive chance to be as much of a bigger player that Europe has been for the time being. In other words, it's not the enlargement per se that we're talking about, but how enlargement serves the bigger purpose for Europe to emerge in this time of crisis as a player that could be proud of being not only competitive vis-a-vis other players, but be a driving force of what that future should be globally as well. And in that regard, if Europe is not putting its own act together, it's not to the detriment of the continent only, but then to the transatlantic axis that has been bringing hope for so many in the global south as well, that they had chance of upscaling their future, not being at the mercy of being part of these fields of influences of the countries like China, for that matter, or Russia, even extraterritorially as far as Africa is. So when we speak about the global south and their future in so many ways depends on how the perspective of a rules-based order, competitive and prosperous, can emerge. And if EU is not transforming itself with that next level and wave of enlargement, which I'm sure will be very successful and then will give a chance for Europe to reimagine and reinvent itself, Europe will continuously be stuck more with conflict in itself and crisis, rather than become an actor that we would all hope for Europe to be continuously.
Even if you're a political thinker in a way, if you hear what Eka just said, Europe has to reinvent itself, rethink itself. What should this Europe look like in the future? And could you also make the comparison for us to understand it better? What it is today. So what is the transformation the EU faces?
Thank you very much. I really believe that major historical changes is not when we start to give new answers to the old questions, but when the question has changed. And from this point of view, we talk about enlargement, but it's a totally different talk than we had, for example, even with the Bulgarian enlargement. Then the question was how European Union can transform its neighbors. Now, basically, the question of enlargement is how not to allow others outside of Europe to transform us. And this is simply a different question. And I do believe that there are three things that are going, in my view, to change dramatically. When the enlargement started, and listen, I'm Bulgarian, close to the Balkans. You know, Western Balkans are in negotiations now for 20 years. And do you know what is the best joke about the enlargement in the Balkans? What is the difference between the optimists and the pessimists? The optimist is the one who believes that Albania is going to join during the Turkish presidency. And the pessimist that basically Turkey is going to join during the Albanian presidency. So I'm saying this because before the idea was you have here the European Union, and the European Union is surrounded by the waiting rooms, in which basically nations can stay, and as much as it takes, they can be there. Now the waiting rooms are totally transformed into emergency rooms. You don't have an option. By the way, the question, is Ukraine to be in or out? Ukraine is already in. Ukraine is already in financial terms. It's very much in defense terms. But the biggest problem for the European Union is that the war really challenged three major assumptions on which the European Union has built its idea of security. One is that economic interdependence means security. And listen, it can mean security, as we can understand, it can also mean vulnerability. The second is that military power doesn't matter. and suddenly it doesn't matter when you don't have it. And thirdly, honestly speaking, one of the things that people are less talking about, Ukraine also challenged part of the European versions of the transformative power of nationalism. Because what you said, you see in Ukraine is a very powerful civic nationalist mobilization. So all this is going to change the European Union. It's not, I don't believe, honestly speaking, that in 5 years you're going to have an Albanian commissioner and that Albania is going to have a veto power in the European Union. But I'm telling you, not only Ukraine, but even the Western Balkans are going to be integrated as part of the European Union in one way or the other, because simply they're not going to be an empty spaces anymore.
But I open it up to all of you. If that's not what we're going to see, what are we going to see then? How will Albania be part of the EU, or how will Ukraine, if you say they are already more or less in, how will they be part of the decision making? What is your take on that?
I can jumpstart maybe with how we imagine that being outside of the EU right now, Georgia, Moldova, Ukraine, and then Ukraine is an engine obviously in this process. First, for that process to work, there needs to be credibility into it, so that we put the new life into that symbiotic link of seriousness of the offer from the EU side, and then the reforms that we have to do as the homeworks, obviously. And by saying reinventing what Europe should be, we need to reinvent the process itself. Yes, we've done enlargements, EU has done enlargement in different ways, in different waves, right? But then process needs to be reimagined as well. While I do believe that the membership per se, as a full membership, definitely needs to be part of the process. It's not that at the expense of de facto ILAM membership, we should forgo that not only hope, but then credible offer that that's what it means that you're part of when you are in. But in what are the stages through which you get there, so that you already have preliminary tangible results on both sides that are checked by benchmarks and actual benefits that you gain in sectoral alignment already, access to the markets in different sectors like energy or anything else, so that until the time when you become the full member with the political rights assigned to you that you can benefit from, you already feel in a tangible way, and Europe feels this as well, that you are in because you are starting to contribute as well to the common space. And Ukraine, by far, obviously, compared to any other candidate states, will be a contributing member much sooner than anybody would think of, maybe. One element that I really want to emphasize here is that, because I hear it here and there that, but then, you know, membership of Ukraine, if there are accession talks opened and then the integration process starts, I mean, what it will take for Europe to ensure rebuilding and reconstruction of Ukraine that has suffered so much during the wartime. And my argument there is that it will be a common task for so many, and it's not only EU, but EU will have to be one of the leads. And the process of membership and accession talks and results based on that shall not be equated with the reconstruction process. They are two mutually reinforcing processes, but the cost of reconstruction shall not be seen as a cost that we need to bear through the membership process of Ukraine, because then it's insurmountable fear that many will have that it will be one of the most costliest enlargement process. No, reconstruction and rebuilding of Ukraine will be costly, but on its own merits. And by the way, one of the ways to ensure that it's less costly for taxpayers, either in the US or in the EU, is that all of the frozen Russian money of the culprit country that waged the war of aggression needs to be actually put to that cost, and then submitted to all of the common funds that will be created for donors that be for Ukraine, for rebuilding and reconstruction of Ukraine. So Russia itself, first of all, definitely needs to pay for what Russia did as a matter of accountability and prevention for the future aggressions or the wars in the future by other countries as well. But we need to picture that as well when we speak about the cost, so that it doesn't seem to be insurmountable as it should maybe otherwise would for many.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Tribauskaite. 2 weeks from now, we are going to, I personally going to travel to Moldova to witness the second Council of the European Political Community. Do you see a benefit from that new format in order to get all this, what we now heard, the support for Ukraine, but not the full integration, no Albanian and Ukrainian commissioners? Is this like a step between the situation we have now and full membership?
Usually I say that any formats are good if they are seeking results, if they are seeking only the process to be involved or to be engaged. I don't like. Because...
what about the EPC?
We will see. They will be seeking the results or they will be indulging only in the process. So in reality, it's only political will. Country will be included or negotiations will start or not. And neither any commissions or entities created will help. For example, then we have been taken into European Union 10 new countries. It was mainly political will. The largest countries, especially Germans, decisive acts. And of course, we were not very economically developed. And of course, it was a lot of costs if you calculate only from the point of view of European budget. But European budget is only 1% of all our economic wealth. 1%. What are we calculating? What are we talking about? Really, it's nothing. And today, after 19 years, Lithuania, practically, we already 90% of European economic average. 90%, and after future enlargement, we will be paymasters, not beneficiaries anymore. So 20 years, it's for country to from very low level of ex-Soviet economy to become practically prosperous European country. This the chance which we need to give to ourselves, the first, I mean to European Union. Ukraine will be not only economically important to strengthen European Union, but also militarily. Today there is no any European army stronger than Ukraine. There is no any European country's army with such experience. And there is no European nation today having such motivation to fight, motivation to exist, motivation to create its future. So such country will be a vital new blood for European Union. Why it is important for us as soon as possible to allow such countries to be our members. And decision making. And then we're starting in our European bubble to discuss QMV questions, how to vote, how to make decisions. I was 10 years around the table in the Council, 5 years in Commission, working with you as Budget Commissioner. And believe me, everything matters, only political will. We don't need to change any European treaties. Already in Lisbon, Lisbon Treaty was created for enlargement. There is provisions of some exceptions for foreign policy as sanctions. We don't need unanimity, but we always use unanimity. The same is so-called special abstention. Countries can abstain, not... Yeah, but it's creative rhetoric. And politically, never use the game. So we can create any creative accounting, as I call, in rhetoric, in new treaties. But if you are not willing politically to use them, you're not using them. So today we already have all formally treaty instruments to go ahead and to make decisions. But we're not doing this.
But are you making the case now that you can have 8 more countries or even more in the Union with the same treaty?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay.
And the most important that no matter that in the Lisbon Treaty there is a proposal to reduce commissioners, we can have even plus more commissioners, but we can, as already today is, we can make them different functions, the senior, junior, whatever you can creatively create. It's no matter. Formality, it's formality. Political will and decisiveness. And if we will understand that it is vital for our interests, from economic point of view, from a security point of view, to have these countries inside, if not we know who will take them back. We know we have a neighborhood who is waiting for Europe to hesitate. We know who, and we can name it. Russia, other countries who are aggressive against us and willing Europe to fail. in our absolutely vital interest to have these countries closer to us, and as soon as possible. And our example of 10 countries and then 12 countries shows that it was not so problematic and difficult as it was thought in the very beginning, and it is perfect results for Europe.
One quick question to you, Mrs. Grybauskaite, before I go to Werner Hoyer. You made the strong case, and you as well, Eka, for the merits of Ukraine right now. So they are very experienced, they have a strong army, they are very good in digitalization, they are,
fighting for it.
But is this also true for the countries of the Western Balkans?
Not.
Okay.
Not.
What does it mean for them?
And for them, merits will matter because they are not in such situation where they are under pressure to go for European reforms and values. Some of them going backwards. I don't want to mention. And
do you see Ukraine overtaking Albania and Serbia in terms of
maybe
accession?
Serbia, but other countries maybe not. But what I want to say that yes, merits matters and very important. And we have an example already in our enlargement. Bulgaria and Romania came to European Union a few years later, mainly because of some reforms and anti-corruption measures and whatever. So, but that was some exceptions finally on merits. But decision final was political one. And the same with the 8 countries, maybe not all together in bunch. They're very different, but Ukraine is even
and sometimes difficult to see.
Yeah, but if the countries themselves are not pushing radical changes, you cannot take them by, by force inside. Yeah. But for Ukraine, the speed of their life during the war, 1 minute as we have in 1 minute they do more than we are doing in a decade. So they are in suppressed time frame because of the war, and we need to learn from them because they will be an example for all of us how to manage and how to make decisions in difficult times without discussing formalities of treaties and so on. We indulging in a relaxed format of discussions. We are dragging ourselves in discussions and in our bubble of Brussels. But we can go more fast and more decisive.
I completely get your point. Mr. Hoyer, do you think it's that easy? Is it only formalities, the treaties, and we should not indulge ourselves in those kinds of debates? Can you think of a Europe that works with more member states on the same basis of the treaty?
I see quite clearly that this is going to be difficult. On the other hand, if I go back to the many years that I've been sitting on the Foreign Affairs and the General Affairs Council, I would say very, very often I was of the opinion this cannot work. We will never get agreement of all. And at the end of the day, we made it. But it sometimes takes too much time, and there's too much opportunity for hostage-taking and things like that. We presently see that the external dimension of the European Union presently, and nobody takes notes of it here, this is totally blocked because the ACP agreement, which is the treaty work that connects us to the developing world, is blocked because the veto of one country. And if we cannot overcome this, then Europe's role in the world will be weakened because the people in the South already say, you know Ukraine only anymore and don't do anything for development, which, by the way, in substance is nonsense. But this prejudice is being produced, so we must enable ourselves to act. But I think Ukraine will be an accelerator of the whole thing, because they will make it. And whether Serbia takes more time, we'll see. But we should not make Ukraine dependent on the progress that is made in some of these more difficult Western Balkan countries.
Thank you. Ivan, you already started on that topic. You said that Europe has to reinvent itself. I still don't have a clear idea what you mean by that. So what are the priorities that have to be changed? What are the prices we have to pay more in the future for gaining what? Can you outline a bit what is the new idea of Europe you're thinking about?
Listen, but the new idea of Europe is not a book to be written. It's a constellation of crises, responses to crisis, political interests. I do believe that people really try to see something that is very kind of a clear and neat. I don't believe it's going to be like this. Just give you an example of what we have been talking. If you want to stop Ukraine today, you're never going to say that you're against Ukraine. but you don't want basically to keep the Western Balkans out. So from this point of view, the idea that you're going to get the Western Balkans in is also going to be based on the fact that different countries in the European Union have different security concerns. And keep in mind, as a result of the Ukrainian wars, the old imperial maps came on the surface. Normally people are talking about the East versus West in this war. It's not exactly the case. If you go on the public opinion polls, this is the war that very much also divided the East. Some of the most kind of reluctant supporters of Ukraine on the level of public opinion are countries like Bulgaria. Of course, I'm even not talking Serbia and so on. Why? They're coming from a different empire. For them, basically, it was always the obsession with Turkey, not with Russia. Why I'm saying this? As a result of it, Europe is going very much to decide its future, all the time balancing all these interests, all the securities, but also opportunities. Listen, Ukraine is a very big state. This is the problem in Europe. When we sit here on this table, we all basically have the same armchairs. But some countries are bigger than others. Also, as a territory, as a population, the biggest problem why you cannot keep these countries outside for a long time is the fear of depopulation. If you allow people to move and you are not getting countries in, at the end of the day, people are going to join European Union individually because it is much easier to change your country than to change your government. And as a result of it, we're going to have a depopulation that you see in Western Balkans, which very much, by the way, explains some of the political problems that we see. A colleague of mine has this great definition. He said in the Balkans, we transitioned from repressive to depressive regimes. And part of it is that a lot of younger, better educated people find it very easy to move. So from this point of view, you cannot allow this process to go. By the way, this is a crisis which Ukraine can face. If you're keeping them out, with 5 million Ukrainians outside of the country, we're going to depopulate the country and make effective reconstruction not possible. So in my view, this is the real choices that you face. And on the basis of how you're reacting to all of them, you're going to end up with the reinvented EU. It's not going to be some political scientist that is going to have a vision.
Yeah. Please go ahead, and then I open it up to
Sure.
questions.
Just to follow up a little bit maybe on that, I think that part of reinvention, at least when I mentioned that from my side, is that for Europe not to be seen by others and by Europe itself as fatigued. This was one of the worst perceptions and projections of Europe that Europe itself put on itself, Europe being fatigued with enlargement, with this and that, as an old nation being really depressed and tired of things that actually made Europe bigger, stronger, and more prosperous. So there was this dichotomy in this perception quite a bit. Now the cards are open. Even you mentioned that as well, that all these perceptions about interdependency, that the force doesn't matter, all of that. It's a highly competitive, but not just economically competitive world. It is shift that we still don't know how it will end up. So either you shape it to your benefit, or you just always complain about it so that you have to react to something that others driving at you. And here you are on a continent when it's not even far away from Europe, but Russia is a destructive force. It's right in the middle of it. So let's face it, the biggest reinvention for Europe is that we owe it to ourselves honesty, sober and real pragmatic approach to it, understanding that what is it that upcoming at least few decades hold for us, how much we need to be ready for our own sake to fight for a better future in the way that we are somewhat at least in a driving seat, if not in one of the leading seats globally, and by maintaining that, or we will be pushed somewhat in the periphery of the decision-making processes. And for that to happen, as it is in the private business, in private lives, at a micro level, is the same. You need to re-energize the process. And enlargement as a way of getting there, of reinventing idea of who we are in Europe, that yes, we have the right to have self-confidence, that we have a resolve and responsibility towards the future generations to shape that future, but that comes at a cost. And I think that's part of reinvention as well, that it's not a sense of entitlement, holding on to the way of life as we knew it. No, life is always changing, and we need to understand what the future life will be and to shape it. And then there's a very few sort of analogy as an example, perhaps with the climate change, very engaging discussion that we've been part of as a first panel. We still talk about climate change on a global level as if how we can reverse it. It's happening. How we mitigate climate change as a scale of that, and how we ensure that we can adapt to the new climate that one way or the other will still be there globally, is the way of a survival instinct we need to have as a human race. So not to have an idea that how we lived decades ago should be how we will live decades to come, because it's not going to be there. So honesty and real pragmatism resolved with the commitment to fight for it and be in the driving seat. We do have the right to be self-confident and to be in that position rather than looking from the periphery how others will shape the life for this continent.
Thank you. And now it's up to you. If you have questions, make yourself seen. Introduce yourself, please. Please also tell us to whom you're directing your, addressing your question, and please make it the question. Thank you. First one is over there.
Okay, hello. I'm Ahmed Kuitov and I'm from the European Union. Actually, I want to first to thank and I really appreciate the efforts of the people which are born in the 30s and the 40s, because thanks to them, thanks to their time in the past, they create one very good European Union. They establish and they create this European Union. And I really thank you for that effort which you spent. But nowadays, unfortunately, my generations, not all of them, but a kind of a big percent of the people, we don't know how to deal with the crisis. In the last few years, we have not so big crises, depend to the Second World War, First World War, and so on. And I have a question. Could you recommend us how to foster intergenerational cooperation, because the wise people which are here, which are born in the 30s, 40s, 50s, they have a lot of knowledge which we, the young people, need it. But how we can create this instrument to have the results, the wise of the old, with the desire and the power of the young people, because our European Union needs to continue to exist. Thank you very much.
Okay. I can go with my own example and experience. It's the best probably to apply for. Then Lithuania became again independent and regained independent. I was in my 30s. And for my generation at that time was responsibility to rebuild country. I was negotiating the first treaty with the European Union in '92. I was negotiating and heading negotiation of association treaty with the European Union. And I became the first commissioner of Lithuania. Then Lithuania joined. So my generation was learning from everybody. There was really nothing to learn from older generation because it was mainly Soviet type of generation. But we were learning from everybody. We were learning from any example, from everything we were able to read. But the main teacher was life itself. The teacher is not to be afraid to take responsibility. And I always knew there is nobody behind me who will do it instead of me. And I went forward. And such our generation. So you in the 30s and 40s now, it's also the same. There is nobody behind you. It is you who are investing into the future. But for that, you need to have courage to take responsibility. Most European leadership, we do not see the leadership with responsibility. It's more survival, it's more populism, and cycle for years from cycle for elections. We need young generation not to be afraid, to be real leaders who are taking responsibility, risking their own career and even private lives, but having the idea of creating better life, better Europe, better life for your future generations. So it's very personal, but doable, and each generation has its own challenges, and only you can deal with these challenges. Nobody else can help you.
Well, Dalia, after this impressive statement, it is difficult to follow up. But I would like to say that the generation of my parents had to come out of a disaster that had been produced particularly by Germans in the first half of the last century. And then, when I was already in politics, all of a sudden we were confronted with the opportunity to grab European integration and European reunification. And I think you can do that only with a historical mind, with courage, resolve, and self-confidence. And what I'm missing in the political debate today, and it's not necessarily only a generational question, is a little bit more of courage and self-esteem. It's sometimes a certain lust to engage in doomsday scenarios instead of adopting a can-do approach.
Whom are you thinking about?
Well, I could name quite a few, but take a very important example. You mentioned climate change, adaptation, and mitigation. Where, if not there, in the green technologies are the Europeans ahead of the rest of the world? We are. We must use this potential in the global scale and play it out. So a little bit more can do, I think, is urgently necessary in this European Union, which otherwise will die in nitty-gritty.
I think part of, if to be short on that, not to take too much time, is that the life accelerated in so many ways. Within one generation, we went through so many technological advancements and leap forward experiences that previous generations would do just one or two maybe in a generation. And I guess part of what it takes for Europe, part of Europe at least, which is not coming from that experience of building from the scratch really for so much, is that to understand that there is no purgatory, so to say, for a younger generation in which you need to be buttressed by the experience so that you can gain a position in public service or in private business only after certain years, so to say, because only then you could be considered as mature and experienced. We need a hybrid approach, diversification of that, opening the doors unconventionally and making it more competitive intergenerationally, because with the new way of life, the younger generation might be more apt in thinking that in that outside of the box and technologically advanced way rather than previous generation would ever think before. And I can give you an example from a political angle as well of my own country where we've been engaged in during the dissolution of the Soviet Union in so many ways, in protests at an age that my daughters are now 15 and 12. So I just think of it sometimes that it was so surreal that, I was doing what I was doing at the time in the public demonstrations, understanding that my children are of that age now. So we had to build it all from the scratch really in so many ways, thinking that they would not be placed anymore in the position future generation of looked at from that time, that they would have had a normal life, so they wouldn't have to fight for freedom of expression, for the basic rights of democracy, a European future. And here we were this year in my own country when younger Gen Z generation came to the streets and gave the chance to Georgia to retain democracy when our government put forward the legislation that would link us to Russia rather than to Georgia. So I find this hope and respect in a younger generation that I never knew had so much conviction and commitment for fighting for the basic rights and rules and democratic future. It's there. We just need to trust that they are capable to act on it and engage them more in this case. Give them more responsibility if they, on a merit basis, deserve and act for it, rather than thinking that they are too young for any of those responsibilities already now.
Yeah. I have 2 points to make. One is that probably your generation can turn to be better than you expect, because you don't know in the moment of crisis what we'll do. Now we speak as if basically the leadership is something that you can learn. But just before the war in Ukraine was starting, I was reading public opinion polls. And the support for President Zelensky was around 25%. The mistrust of the public was very high. Probably President Putin was reading the same polling. And basically, if you read this, you believe that this is a country that is not going to make it. And then you have the momentum. And it could be just 3 minutes, just a phrase, give me ammunition and not a ram. And not the person, but the nation is changing. So from this point of view, generation is based on a shaping collective experience. You still don't know it.
Yes.
You can do it fine. You can also not do it fine. But there is one thing in which the younger generation is in a different position. You don't have the numbers. In most of European countries, because of the demographic structure of our society, young people are small numbers. As a result of it, young people start to have a problem within the democratic system because nevertheless how you vote, your votes are never enough. From this point of view, the biggest challenge to your generation is to make a coalition, intergenerational coalitions. Otherwise, you're going to be much more fun on the street than in the government.
We have the next question right over there.
Hi, my name is Luke Bishop, and I am the one of the representatives from Ireland for the Charlemagne U Prize. So this is for any of the panelists, and it's on the accession of the Western Balkans. Do you expect a kind of an all-in-one package with all of them kind of accessing at the same time? As Ms. Gabrowskaite said, there's obviously disparities between the way they're transposing, so do you expect that there will be an all-in-one package, or do you expect the region to be split up further? Thank you.
It will depend, as it depended then decision was made about 10. It will depend a lot. The first on the path of reforms, on the merits, and of course on the political window of opportunity. Political window of opportunity means not only economic development, reforms, rule of law, anti-corruption things, but also about security of European Union. And if we will think that these countries for us are necessary, not only because of merits, but also because of the ring of security around the European Union, it could be the bulk of countries altogether. If we will think that one country or two maybe, as it looks now today, maybe are not in the framework of our values, or even could destroy or make problems inside Europe if they will be included now. Everything will depend on political window and on political willingness and decision of already member states in the European Union. So why it is no way to predict the bulk of countries will join, or separately the groups of countries will join, and I don't think that it is necessary to do at the time. We will decide in proper time, but the main thing that we need to be ready to decide and to invite them.
But if I may follow up on that, we saw so much struggle between Slovenia and Croatia only on maritime issues already. I think the divisions between the remaining candidates are much deeper than they were between Croatia and Slovenia. What gives you the trust that this will not be a huge problem once one of the countries is member with a veto right to the accession of the others?
It's about nitty-gritty. We can think in such kind of small things, all of us.
But there are going to be real problems then.
It is not real problems.
Okay.
If you look from far, the real problem is a war. And today we see what means the war and aggression, which is going and willing to destroy the nation. Here is a problem. These kind of debates, finally, they will be solved. And especially, for example, our own negotiations where we had a nuclear power plant, Chernobyl type. And only one country, Austria, was vetoing our membership and asked us to promise to close it. It was great and terrible pain in country because we depended very much on nuclear power plant at the time. But that was a condition. I openly say it was one country. It was condition. And we closed it. We promised and we closed it. So during the process of negotiations, there are a lot of instruments we have how to ask some countries to stop nitty-gritty things, and that the membership is more important than these kind of debates.
I hope you're right. We have the next question.
But that's the
over there.
instrument, we will use it.
Next one. Okay. It's very difficult with the lights. Okay.
Yes,
Please
hello.
go ahead.
Anastasia from Estonia, a former winner of the Charlemagne Youth Prize. I'll list 5 cases and then my question will come. So first, in August last year, I was at the European Allback Forum talking to Valina Chekarova, and she was saying that the whole fairy tale bubble of NATO enlarging and it being a danger was actually believed in the European decision-making circles. Marina Kaljurand from Estonia, MEP, talking to her this year, also hearing that it was a difficult uphill battle in decision-making circles, saying that this is urgent and we do need to act. A few days ago, I was with my relatives in Belgium and talking about a Belgian neurosurgeon, or somebody very well educated and with a very high status in society, but who likes Russian. He was singing the same mantra, that it was dangerous, NATO was coming too close to Russia, Putin is in the right to act. And coming from Estonia, in Narva, which is 90% plus Russian-speaking, we just had the 9th of May, Europe Day, with some incidents from the Russian border. But a girl who was wearing a t-shirt saying Putin H3*O was basically let go from her work as a teacher, a music teacher at a school in Estonia. Before we start enlarging, and here's my question, before we really talk this much about enlarging, which is a very useful conversation, no doubt, what are we doing with this? Because living in a Baltic state and also speaking Russian, I keep coming across outrageous cases within the EU borders. How do we address this? Thank you.
Ivan, perhaps a question for you?
Yeah. Listen, you're never going to expect all the people in different parts in Europe to feel the situation in the same way. We don't feel the same way about anything. Not only about Russia, about COVID, about this, about that. The problem is different. The problem is that Europeans realized that certain type of expectations that Europe had with respect to the Russia after the end of the Cold War and not the any war, that the nature of the border is going to be changed. And when we're talking about Ukraine, and this is going to be one of the major challenges, we like to talk about post-war. When the post-war starts. Do we really believe that we're going to have a peace treaty of a time that basically people have in the 19th century? I'm very, to be honest, skeptical about this. I much more easily can imagine a Korean type of a situation with arms this border that is border, with the security guarantees for Ukraine, with a big Ukrainian army, which probably is going to stay for a long time, which means that they're going to have a military budget very different than the military budget of many other EU member states. When I said that EU is going to change, this is also going to change. And then the problem is, and this is a bigger issue which is going to happen, is that all of the countries, they really have different historical experiences. During this 1 year, one thing that I realized is the following. We can have a common European dreams, but the nightmares are strictly national. People go to their history and they remember things. And it's not by accident that the country that have been part of the Russian Empire totally identified with Ukraine as this being their war, and countries which have been far away, basically while they're very much critical to what Russia is doing, does not experiencing this way. From this point of view, for me, the whole major story about Europe is that you're renegotiating all the time. You're renegotiating your security priorities, you're renegotiating your strategic culture, and this is going to be always like this. There are always going to be a Belgian doctors which like this or that. This is not, you're not expecting all Europeans to become Estonians, because don't expect this, because the other option is that all Europeans can become Bulgarians, so we should have a diversity.
Thank you very much. The next question goes to somebody who to many of you don't need any introduction. Elmar Brok, please.
Prepare for a speech.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. I agree with everything that has been said. I agree that the West Balkan countries, for geopolitical fairness reasons, for reasons of common interest, Moldova, Georgia, I think they should all join the EU. I think tomorrow we will perhaps have an election in Turkey, which will start the discussion about them again. If we look at all these candidates, the EU would have 37 members. And I think what I've heard from Mrs. President, I think it's necessary for us to prepare this for the EU. The speech by the German Chancellor in the European Parliament pleaded for greater decision-making power and independence. So it is not nitty-gritty. Today, in many areas, we're not in a position to master challenges quick enough, new challenges. And if we don't have the willingness to develop European capacity to action, then with 37 members, we will be weaker. We don't want that. And I think, therefore, we should, the membership accession candidates should not fulfill the Copenhagen treaties, but the European Union should fulfill these. And I would like, therefore, we need more efficient decision-making processes.
Werner Hoyer might jump in first.
May I begin? Thank you for this rendezvous avec la réalité. We are talking about a European Union of far more than 30 countries.
You need to reform.
And for becoming a member of the European Union, this is such an attractive situation that some people might swallow quite a bit. But if at the end of the day we preserve the opportunity to keep somebody hostage, by saying with one vote I can keep every decision from being taken, then we have lost it. So we must use this opportunity now, the European Union membership being so attractive, in order to reform the rules and also ourselves. I think this is unavoidable, because otherwise we are going to continue the way we are doing it right now. This is more a question of the reform capabilities of the present member states of the European Union than of the future ones.
I want to add a little bit. There is a debate, of course, what goes first, chicken or whatever, and the same with it is reform of decision-making or enlargement. I don't think it is contradictory, and we need to separate these things from each other. We need to change and streamline our decision-making, yes, but what kind of form are we asking to change the treaties? That means enlargement will never happen, never, because it will take ratification of most European countries. Can we use instruments we already have? We can, and we are not using them in full. Do we capable to agree on QMV, for example, for foreign policy? Some questions? Yes, we do. Already in Lisbon Treaty we have for sanctions. We never used. Why? It is already an instrument on our table. So again, I'm saying that if we will be having condition, the first to reform and only then to enlarge, it will never happen. Enlargement will never happen. And during the member states 10 and 12 before in 2004 enlargement, we were doing this all together. It was political decision based on merit, but political decision for enlargement. And the reform of decision-making was all the time rolling on. As long as we in European Union, the Union was reforming its decision-making in the framework of changing some treaties. The last change was Lisbon Treaty. Before Irish referendum was intervening, we had another treaty before. So we capable to do it all together, not separating, not making it contradictory to each other, and not stopping enlargement process. Otherwise, Europe will drag into the debates, will stop development, because there will be a lot of countries which will be not eager to reform and go for large change of treaties. We don't need to do it theoretically. We can do it all together. Change our decision-making, to streamline decision-making and also to go for faster enlargement. I know that in Parliament, European Parliament, always there was a desire to have more powers. And in each negotiations, including on budget, European budget, or for 7 years financial framework, each cycle of such negotiations, Parliament was receiving more and more powers. It's a fact. It's coming slowly, not in the large bulk, but it's coming. Yes, we do need more balanced power between three main institutions: the Council, Member States, the Commission, and Parliament. But it's happening with each cycle of budget, each cycle of negotiations, including enlargement. It will be conditioned from European Parliament to receive more powers. It will be conditional for Member States to give in.
But isn't an evolution in 7 year cycle too slow for the challenge?
Now, during the war, yes, it is too slow, and it will be faster. Yes, it will be faster, but you cannot enforce it. To think that we can change treaties and make us easier, forcing other countries to vote for one or another question, it will never happen.
Mr. Hoyer, you spoke about a rendezvous with reality, and earlier you said you miss leadership and you see too much populism. Who could give the EU the momentum to move from the 27, from within this 27?
I think it is necessary that the biggest countries in the European Union are not too timid and too cautious.
Can you describe how is Germany?
The biggest country in this European Union is the Federal Republic of Germany, and there is a saying in Brussels and far beyond that when the helicopters used to distribute the European DNA across the capitals of the European Union, in Berlin they put up the umbrellas. You know, we need to see that if we get rid of the unanimity rule, then, of course, Albania one day will not be able to block a decision, but Germany neither. And this is why the whole thing is so very unattractive in Berlin.
But what does it mean? What does it mean?
We need, in my view, I go further than President Grybauskaite, because I think some changes in the treaty would be desirable, but I know how difficult it is. But it would at least be heartwarming if we at least would use the options that we have. We could do much more with the present rules than we are actually doing.
I just want to make one point, because I agree that you're right, but the story is, this is the negotiations. One of the countries for which veto is critically important is the current Polish government. On the other side, for them, Ukraine joining European Union is a security imperative, honestly speaking. So this is what you're negotiating. All sides have their priorities. And from this point of view, you're saying, if you want this, basically be ready to do something. And I'm saying this because this is changing dramatically. The timing is changing and the pressing is changing. And also in these last 3 months, people are seeing only how much more common certain policies are becoming, particularly on the level of defense, European Union together buying ammunition and so on. But there is also another trend. In economic policies, member states are getting more freedom to move than before, and to be honest, Germany is the greatest example as their industrial policies and others. So there are different trends all the time. And from this point of view, these renegotiations is what I'm calling the reinvention of the European Union. This is not a project to be implemented. This is basically a tough negotiation to be closed.
Just a little bit to add to that, I think the convergence in factors, time and all of it that has been mentioned with divergent interests, but then interest from the different member states that ultimately could be put together. It's a unique time and opportunity, and it could be and should be used for that. Second, I could not agree more with the factor that it's not mutually exclusive. So it should not be done in the way that let's do this first and then we'll continue with the enlargement. This will be disastrous because this will just create another purgatory, so to say, in a large forum for membership compared to the Western Balkans. Should be merit-based, obviously, and engine-driven from the countries that could do more. But for Europe, I think there needs to be this realization. I don't want to be too critical, but there is already precedent with failed membership negotiations of Western Balkans and with Turkey as well. We frequently forget that. There was a different momentum with Turkey that was lost for different reasons we don't have time to go to, but it's on EU as well now to prove that it's not that others are knocking on the door and you have to distance and then see, well, do I open the door or not, at which condition? This remains to be the case, partially, obviously, with benchmarks, criteria, and all of that, but there needs to be a step forward made from the EU to put back credibility into seriousness of the offer from the EU side, which is broken. So in other words, that symbiotic link needs to be re-emerging somehow in this situation. So it's not only on Ukrainians to do the homework with reforms, which by the way they do vigorously, but for them to trust that it's real. And for that, accession talks need to start soon. And that's the first step. They're not becoming members this year, but it's accession talks that needs to start if, again, the evaluation of the homework that is now happening that Ukrainians did will be positive, obviously, in this direction, which I'm hopeful and expecting that it should be based on the track record.
Thank you very much. And to quote again Volodymyr Zelensky, if I mean this year, then I mean this year, 2023. So let's see what happens. Thank you very much for your participation in this debate. And the question of enlargement could indeed get much more interesting still on Sunday, depending on the outcome of the Turkish election, because we speak about the Western Balkans, we speak about Georgia, Moldova, and Ukraine, but the biggest candidate country is Turkey. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you, and thank you for your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Danke.
Okay,
Danke.
Vielen Dank.
Danke. Danke.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
See you tonight.
Danke.
Yeah.
You got me exclusive. I'm so high up and lucid. You take me to a safe place. We steady on the same pace, yeah. I'm crazy, you like that. Don't back down, no you talk back. Keep it spicy, that's a fact. We on the right track, yeah. Driving me wild, giddy up like a stallion. Saddle up and ride you, we crossing the line like a champion. Driving me wild, giddy up like a stallion. Saddle up and ride you, we crossing the line, we some champions. We know how to make it rain in the bedroom. We don't need a club, got our own groove. Coming at the same time, yeah. 이런 것에 time for us. When we make it rain in the bedroom, we don't tell us all what we gon' do. Dirty little secrets, sure. Keep it in the sheets with us. When we make it rain in the bedroom, bedroom. When we make it rain in the bedroom, bedroom. I'm a main squeeze, don't get it twisted. There's a problem, we gonna fix it. This ain't the type of thing you lose, so let's keep on doing what we do. Driving me wild, giddy up like a stallion. Saddle up and ride you, we crossing the line like a champion. Driving me wild, giddy up like a stallion. Saddle up and ride you, we crossing the line, we some champions. We know how to make it rain in the bedroom, 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 bedroom. We don't need a club, got our own groove. Coming at the same time, yeah. You don't got the time for us. When we make it rain in the bedroom, we don't tell us all what we gon' do. Dirty little secrets, yeah. Keep it in the sheets with us. When we make it rain in the bedroom, bedroom. When we make it rain in the bedroom, bedroom. When we make it rain in the bedroom, bedroom. When we make it rain in the bedroom, bedroom.
Nö, lassen Sie sich, wie Sie möchten. Wie Sie möchten. Nein, nein, wie Sie möchten. Genau. Kommen Sie mal.
Katharina, setzt du dich hin? Okay. Abwechselnd. Sehr gut. Hervorragend.
Yes. Good afternoon. My name is Marie Walter Franke. I'm a researcher with the German Council on Foreign Relations in Berlin. I was actually a fellow of the Charlemagne Prize Academy in 2019, so thank you to the Charlemagne Prize Foundation for the invitation. And it's my pleasure to welcome you all today to this year's Brussels Speaking. This is a format that offers the young, bright minds of Europe the opportunity to dialogue with European insiders and deciders. Here with us in the room are laureates and candidates of the Charlemagne Prize Academy and the Charlemagne Youth Prize. So we have set the room to make this as interactive as possible, and I look forward to facilitating this exchange. To everyone in the room, this is your chance to ask your questions about the European democracy at work, for we have here 3 people who know the EU and especially the European Parliament in and out. So get your questions ready. To make it easy to converse directly, I'm speaking in English, but there is interpretation, so feel free to speak in German if you feel more comfortable. Before starting the conversation, let me introduce our distinguished guests. We have with us Katharina Barley. Dr. Barley, you are since 2019 the Vice President of the European Parliament, where you have been working for the defense of the rule of law and the integrity of the Schengen area, among many other things. Before moving to European politics, you served in Germany as Federal Minister of Justice and Family Affairs, and you also led the SPD, the German Social Democrats, as Secretary General. Thank you for joining us today. Also with us today is Dr. Hans Pöttering. Dr. Pöttering, you served in the European Parliament for 35 years, from the very first direct elections in '79 until 2014. You have held key leading positions, are chairman of the EPP group and president of the European Parliament. You have worked for European Unity, which is the mission of the Charlemagne Prize, as member of the board of the prize itself, in your work as chairman of the Konrad Adenauer Foundation and of the Board of Trustees of the House of European History in Brussels. Welcome and thank you for joining us. And last, alphabetically, but certainly not least, we are honored to be joined by Martin Schulz, chairman of the Friedrich Ebert Foundation. As president of the European Parliament, you received the Charlemagne Prize yourself in 2015 in recognition of your accomplishment in service to the European democracy and the strengthening of the European Parliament. You have served at all levels of government in Europe and Germany, where you were the leader of the SPD and a candidate for the Chancellery. And on a personal note, I learned preparing for today that you were elected mayor on the year of my birth. And I was lucky to meet you as my mentor during the Charlemagne Fellowship. So, Mr. Schulz, it's a pleasure to see you again. Thank you for joining us. Each of you have dedicated your lives to the European democracy. You have worked and are working for a strong EU that will be fit for the future. You know all the difficult dossiers, and we look forward to hearing your thoughts on the times of trials and of promise that we face. I have in mind, of course, the ongoing fight for peace and democracy in Europe that the Ukrainian people is conducting, but also the European future of Ukraine, which was discussed in the last panel, and that we're honoring in this year's Charlemagne Prize. Our big continental experiment, the EU, is a work in progress. We have come a long way to make it a representative democracy. We have referenda, the Citizens' Initiative, and more recently, the Conference of the Future of Europe. So there are also challenges, undeniably. In 2019, the Spitzenkandidat of the EPP, Mr. Weber, did not end up becoming president of the Commission. Voters' turnout was just over 50%, which is an improvement, but still quite low. In 4 EU countries, it was even below 30%. According to the EP's barometer, 36% of EU citizens had a positive image of the Parliament, also more than earlier, but still there can be improvements. But 58% of people who were asked to answer this survey wanted the European Parliament to play a strong role in future, and democracy was their top priority. There were scandals like the Qatar Gate that has showed that the European Parliament is taking action against corruption, yet it has also damaged its reputation and credibility. So before we invite questions in the room, what I would like is to break the ice, to ask each of you to take 3 minutes to share your vision, how to strengthen European democracy, what challenges do you see, and what do we need to address them. I suggest that we start with you, Ms. Wiley, as Vice President of the European Parliament.
Thank you so much for the invitation and for setting up this wonderful panel setting discussion. We'll see. Well, before we come to the question how to strengthen the European Union, I would like to say that we need to protect it first, and I will dedicate my 3 minutes to that, because we are at a point, I think, where we have never been before, that the European Union is truly in danger. We see threats from outside, everybody knows, we have already talked about some of them. We've talked a lot about Russia, we could talk about China, we could talk about a lot of people or powers who do not want the European Union to be a strong geostrategic power. But we also have a lot of threats from within, and because they are not so much known, I would like to focus, or they are known, but the extent is not that well known. I would like to focus on this because I'm a lawyer by passion, and I've worked my whole professional and political life for the rule of law and democracy. That's what I'm passionate about. And we've always, in every country, had struggles with rule of law and democracy. There is no country where you can say it's perfect, no member state. But what is new is that we actually have two governments who, if they are sort of caught not complying with the rule of law or the values of Article 2, do not say, oops, oh, sorry, so we better change this, as you should, when, for example, the European Court of Justice or the European Commission says that you're not complying with the rule of law, but who say that they have the right to interpret Article 2, especially the rule of law, according to their history and culture. That is what they say. Now, of course, you can, we have 27 different judicial systems, for example. We have 27 different election systems, etc. That's fine. We are united in diversity. That's what we are. But you cannot and you must not discuss on the goal. And the goal is to install rule of law and democracy. And for example, to have a country like Hungary where really all the powers are concentrated in one hand now. Everything, media, justice, administration, parliament, you name it, civil society, it's all in one hand. So there is no separation of powers. That's the end of democracy. It's as easy as that. That's why I'm talking of Hungary as not being a democratic state anymore. So for me, strengthening European democracy means in the very first place reinstalling the rule of law in all the member states. We have the tools, we have created the tools, especially the European Parliament has contributed to that. We must use them. The Commission is not using them at the extent that it should, and I think this is really the most urgent problem that we have to attack.
Thank you so much for these first remarks. Dr. Patayin, would you like to proceed?
I think the most important is for us as Europeans in the European Union that we are self-confident. And if we are not self-confident, we have not the courage to solve the challenges we are facing. And I had the privilege And you said it, Marie, if I may call you Marie, it's easier than the double name. I had the privilege to be elected to the European Parliament in 1979. I was 32 years old, and I was asked very often by friends or by those who are not friends, what do you want to do in Strasbourg and Brussels? You have nothing to say there. And my response always was, we will fight for our rights. And if you look to the European Parliament now, or look back in '79, we had no legislation power at all. We had some influence on the budget, but no legislation power at all. And now, and I'm happy that some years I could cooperate with Martin Schulz as leader of the Socialists, Social Democrats, me as leader of the Christian Democrats European People Party. And now the European Parliament is a powerful institution of the European Union. We have full legislation, except taxes, but as far as the budget is concerned, we have the last word. And we vote for the Commission, and if we don't agree to the President of the Commission or to the Commission as such, it cannot take up its work. And what is very important, even in those times when we had not legislation power, the European Parliament always took initiatives. For instance, if you allow me to say, from 1984 to 1994, I was chairman of the Subcommittee Security and Disarmament. And partly people laughed at us that we in the European Parliament started to discuss security questions. But I didn't mind that people laughed at us or thought we are naive, because my conviction always was we need a strong European Union on the basis of parliamentary institutions, and we need a European policy, and we need to defend our values. And that's the most important, that we know we have values: the dignity of each human being, democracy, human rights, liberty, peace, and the legal order, which was mentioned by Vice President Barley. And we have to be proud of that, but we need to defend this. And so we need a strong foreign security and defense policy. And I think this is a great challenge now, to develop a strong foreign defense policy to defend our values. And the Ukraine, the war of Russia or of Putin, the dictator, the devil in the Kremlin, is an example. His war against Ukraine is an example that we have to make the European Union stronger as far as defense is concerned. And this is one of the greatest challenges for the future.
Thank you. Mr. Schulz.
Yeah, from a principle point of view, I have nothing to add to what Katharina said about the rule of law and the necessity to defend this spirit of democracy within the European Union. This is absolutely, in my eyes, from the highest priority, and also what Hans-Gert said is absolutely clear. I'm worried about another thing. 70% of member states of the United Nations are not democracies. And looking to the vote about Ukraine and the war, 2 countries abstained from the resolution condemning the war. That was China and India. These 2 countries together have 2.8 billion citizens. It's more than a third of world population. And looking to the shift of economic power, 70% of world GDP is coming from the Pacific area, not from the Atlantic area. That means the European Union is in a double-way challenge. On one hand, our democratic model is not accepted by a majority of countries in the world. This is one of our biggest problems, and some of our competitors and opponents, economic competitors and opponents, are ideologically completely on another path than the European Union. And the biggest problem for the European Union is that it is institutionally not on the necessary height of our times. To tackle the challenges, we need a structural reform of the European Union. my first speech as President of the European Council, Parliament in the European Council, it started with a sentence I want to repeat here. I addressed the head of states and government. This is the privilege of the President of the European Parliament to open the sessions of the European Council with a speech. 90% are not listening and dealing with their iPhones and whatever of the heads of states and government. And therefore I started my speech with the following sentence. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, the problem of the European Union is sitting around that table. I think the reintroduction of the principle of unanimity by the back door in the Lisbon Treaty, where we transferred 80% of 80 political levels to the majority vote, was an alarming sign for a lot of member states, because they saw that if they have not a chance to counterbalance it, the European Parliament would become, in reality, the strongest institution in the European Union. And therefore, in my eyes, was this attempt to give a blocking institution defending national interests against communitary interests if a national government is of the opinion we have to block it because of our particular national interests. And this is happening every day. Every day. And this is a risk for the European Union structurally, because in the times we are living, to tackle the challenges I just mentioned with China, or with the United States led by a Mr. Trump or President-style Trump, or with some other regions of the world by far not similar to our democracy, like the ASEAN cooperation, for example, with Indonesia, with Vietnam, Philippines, such countries which are more or less semi-democracies, to be polite. Or in competition with the BRICS countries, China, India, South Africa, Brazil. We need a European Union which is able to act strongly and boldly with a common political line, because the 21st century is not multiple bilateralism, Luxembourg with China, or Germany with India, or France with Brazil. If we want to matter as European Unions in the 21st century, it must be the European Union with 450 million inhabitants, with the strongest single market in the world, acting together with a common line. And here, to conclude, we need power and credibility to defend our democratic model as a precondition, the credibility of the democratic model. But if countries, we have to compete with China in these countries, in Africa, for example, in Latin America or in Asia, and they tell us, you are speaking about democracy, look to Mr. Orban. You should not give us lessons. If you are not sticking to your own values at home, then we are lost. Therefore, I think we need what Katharina rightly said, to defend our model inside the European Union, to make the European Union able to act internationally. And this is the opposite, in my eyes, of what some of the member states have in mind for the time being.
Thank you. So we've picked up on several topics already. We have defending the rule of law within the European Union. We have not shying away from things that seem unattainable or not yet in the hands of the European Union, and looking towards a strong international foreign policy. We have fighting with other international systems and trying to defend our model inside and outside. I would already like, because we don't have a lot of time, to give you the chance to ask all of your questions. Thank you so much. Okay, we won't have. So there is a microphone right here. maybe it's best to hand it around. Okay, so we have a first question right here, lady. Yep, here. Yep.
Okay, so thank you very much for your intervention. My name is Francesca Crista and I'm coming from Europuls, former winner for the Charlemagne Youth Prize last year, and I'm also a board of an alumni network. And I have two questions. How can we specifically fight Euroscepticism, like we, the youth organization and young people? And the second would be, you know that in the European Parliament has been a proposal of youth organization, the youth check. I mean, all the policies to be debated and for the young people to be consulted over each policy of the European Union, because youth are affected by all the policies. And I would like to ask you, is it possible for the young people to be consulted and for the youth check to be reality? And if so, in how many years? And thank you very much.
Thank you. Can you hand the microphone? There was, yeah, okay. We'll take 3 to 4 questions and then go around the panel.
Hello, I'm Monica Petkova and I came from Bulgaria. I'm a youth worker there in the biggest youth space. And my question is about how can me as a youngster, can take more democratic decisions, because in my country a lot of others' opinion, older people and leaders were put on us, and because I work in the youth space, I want to have the chance to get advice from you. How can I do the best and the more democratical way? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can you hand the microphone to the person behind you?
Hi, my name is Luke. I'm the Irish national winner for the European Charlemagne Peace Prize. Wording. It's been a long day. So just following on from your point, Euroscepticism obviously has doubled across Europe in the last 15 years, and we're seeing a high rise, especially Brexit and other things like that. Just what do you think? Do you see a clear solution? And Europe has now been called a failing democracy, and it's unfortunately something that we have to look towards on how we can defend, Europe and our values. Do you see a clear solution coming in the future, or do you see that there has to be a full restructure, as Mr. Scholz said?
Thank you. One last question. Yes, with the yellow band. Yeah.
Hello, thank you very much. My name is Diego, and I'm from Spain. And my question has to do with democracy. We talk a lot about democracy, but I feel like there is a huge space to improve on it through technology. I think technology hasn't reached how we take decisions. And I would like to ask you, what do you think about digital democracy systems, people being able to take part in, through consultations, for example, in the public debate? And what do you think about other democratic systems, such as semi-representative democracy?
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We'll stop this round of questions here. So we had questions about youth-shaping policies, fighting Euroscepticism of young people, and looking towards digital democratic system. Let's start from here.
Yeah, thank you so much. I tried to combine your questions, and I hope that I understood them. As far as Euroscepticism is concerned, I think that it's very important that we ourselves, and that's where I started with my little statement some minutes ago, that we are self-confident, that we believe in the European process, that we believe in our values. And I think just now is a moment to tell our public, to tell our people what the difference is between the European Union with our values. We are a legal system. We have to defend our law, because law makes it possible, if we follow the law, that we live peacefully with each other. But outside the European Union is Europe as well, and law is not accepted, as we see in the war of Russia against Ukraine. And I think if we explain now to our public what the great value of the European Union is, they will understand, and hopefully we can diminish the Euroscepticism. It's very difficult, but I think we can do it, and the war of Russia against Ukraine is an example what great value the European Union as a peace movement in itself is. But we have to defend our legal system, and I agree what has been said by both of you. Hungary was mentioned, and if we don't defend our legal system in the European Union, we weaken the European Union, and in the end, we will not be strong enough to believe in our values if the values are not accepted in the member states. But if we take the whole European Union together, I think we are strong, we have deficits, and we have to fight against those deficits, but we should think, if we take all levels of policy together, the local level, the regional level, the national level, and the European level, we are strong as far as our legal system is concerned. We are not a paradise on earth, but I think the European Union is a better part of the world, and I think we have to defend it and explain it better to the people.
Thank you. And one question I didn't mention that was asked is also how to be involved as a young person in European politics. Maybe you can say something to that.
Yes, well, I will try to give very brief answers to the questions. Against Euroscepticism, I would say, first of all, we really have to deliver. People have to feel why, why it is really good to be in the European Union. And there are many ways that we can do it. We can do it economically, socially, by strengthening women's rights, LGBTI rights. There's so much we can do. Fighting climate change, I think it's absolutely, for your generation, it's absolutely crucial. It doesn't make sense if Luxembourg fights climate change or Malta alone, and everybody sees that, and we're very active on this. Secondly, look at what happens if you're not in. Look at what happens to the Brits at the moment. I'm half British, so I really feel bad about what's happening. The youth check, I'm not really convinced that we will do this as a parliament or as commission. Maybe the youth commissioner could do that, but we have this sort of, we would have to have these sort of checks probably then on, I'm a feminist, so impact on women, impact on the environment, impact on, so there are quite a lot of impacts that would be worth discussing also. But what you can do and should do, I was part of the conference on the future of Europe, maybe some of you were too, and one of the ideas was to follow up and have councils. That was one of the recommendations in the member states, where you really discuss all of these issues, and there to establish something that has a look, especially also on the youth issues, maybe. Bulgaria, how to influence. I mean, I guess in a country like Bulgaria, where you're facing the, I don't know, maybe 6th or what election in a very short time, I think you can really make a difference. In some member states, you have even more than in other countries. You have new parties popping up. I mean, all of us, we are members of very traditional parties, and I'm very proud of the long tradition of my party. So I would be glad if all of you joined a party. But you can be part of, especially in these countries, in the movement, and you're already doing it. You're already influencing politics by taking part in the Charlemagne Youth Prize, by influencing us, lawmakers. You can either become a lawmaker yourself, or you influence lawmakers, or pressure them. However, that's the two choices that you have, actually. And democracy and technology, there are great possibilities. Where are you? There. There are great possibilities, and participation definitely is the best part of it. There are real challenges and even threats that come from digitalization to democracy. We all know disinformation as the biggest, but also a certain form of sorry, of perpetuating bias, which often happens when you integrate digital mechanisms. So I think our challenge is to use the good parts, especially on participation, but to be very, very careful when it comes to other parts, for example, deep fakes and whatever. So we have to do both.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, I agree with everything. 3 short observations. I joined the party with 17 years. SPD.
No, yesterday I said.
Yesterday?
Yesterday, the 17th, yesterday.
Ah,
that was yesterday.
Ansgar, thank you very much. So nice. You are so wonderful. You could be a member of my party. And I forgive you the error not to join our party.
It's never too late.
My principle was to describe my principle, to answer to your question about young people and arguments from a government or from institutions or pressure. An Irish literature Nobel Prize, George Bernard Shaw, the British, the English consider him always as an English, but he was an Irish. I must translate it because I don't know the real formula in English. I know it only in German, and I tried to translate it. He said more or less, as a man who got at the end, I think, 94 years when he died. He had 94, I think. He said, as an already old man, don't rely on old men. They don't care about the future. And it's true. I don't know how it is with you, but as older I'm becoming, as more I'm thinking, this is enough now. You have done enough. It's now up to other people. I have perhaps still 10, 15 years. It's already, I have 67 years. 15 years, I'm 82. So I have enough done. They don't care about the future, but the future is what is ahead to you. Therefore, I think we need consultation of young people. Decision makers are obliged to listen to young people. And to get to your technology check, I'm listening the whole day to young people about iPod, iPhone, I don't know what not. Here. Really, I'm a bookseller in my professional life. I'm reading books until today. And nevertheless, I know this is the future, and I'm obliged to do it. And so I refused years and years to get an iPhone. I have now an iPhone. And I was fed up with iPhones. All my collaborators, when they had handies at the beginning in the European Parliament, they were always so running. And I said, I'm now president, but it's not necessary to be so humble.
I don't think the debate about iPhones is necessary with this room.
They were looking for the, what's Steckdose in English? Steckdose.
And the plugs.
They were looking for the plug for the iPhone. So, but I have to admit, these are the 3 things. You must have a known position, develop a known position, defend them against older people. We must, for the time being, look to the technological possibilities to destroy democracy or to strengthen democracy. The destroyers, they're on the road. So we need technology to defend democracy, and we have to listen to young people. Question to overcome Euroscepticism is one answer in my eyes, emotion. The European language is too technical. We must be more emotional. The destroyers, they are emotional. And we are always technical. That's the reason why I'm always so outspoken.
Wonderful.
May
You
I
want
add
a short
something?
reaction here?
Yeah,
before we take
I
more
would
questions?
like to add something because Martin Schulz spoke about age. So I'm 77. So
Younger than ever.
younger than ever, yes, okay. Recently, the former President of the United States, Barack Obama, was in Germany. And generally, I must say, I have a good opinion of Obama. But he made, I think, a wrong statement. He said, before an audience of young people like you, that the elder generation should step down and make place for the younger generation. And now, in a few months or in a year or 1.5 years, he has to fight for Joe Biden to remain President of the United States. And so, this is really my deep opinion. Truth and credibility is a basis of everything. And you should not say, because you are young, you need the power now and the old one should go. What we need is a good cooperation of all generations. You need young ones, you need the middle-aged, you need the elderly ones, and I am not part of politics anymore, but I try to speak to young people. And I want to say one thing, and we have so many experience together, and what the European Parliament can do, and this concerns you, and this is the Erasmus program. You know, the European Union has this 7 years period for the budget, and when we both, Martin Schulz and myself, and this might be interesting for Vice President Barley as well, the governments wanted to reduce the money for Erasmus by 3 billion. By 3 billion. And we said, and we had a meeting with the incoming President of the European Council in Vienna, and we said to the Prime Minister or to the Chancellor of Austria, Schüssel, who is a personal friend of mine, if you don't come back with the 3 billion, we will say no. And so the governments increased the budget again because we insisted as European Parliament. And so this is an example how important the European Parliament is and what we can do for the young generation. And I think the Erasmus program is one of the best things the European Union has because it makes it possible that you meet and that you are engaged for the European integration.
The same thing happened with the last budget, by the way. They tried to cut Erasmus, again, the last budget, and we did exactly the same, yeah.
Very good.
As the mother of 2 Erasmus babies, I thank you. We have so many questions. I don't want to neglect the back of the room. We have one question here. Yeah, thank you.
So hello, my name is Laura. I'm a national winner of the Charlemagne Prize from Luxembourg. And my question is also about integrity and about our democracy and our values. This is a very critical question, but seeing with the Second World War, we always say, please, we should never do this again or let this happen. And also, like, in Europe itself, there are always people that get radicalized, and it's already a great challenge to not let these people come to power in Europe. But then when I see with our relations across the globe, with China, for example, what is happening with the Muslims in this country, and the media coverage is not a lot, and we just let it happen. And I find it so sad, and like, I'm very young and very idealistic, so I'm like, what could we potentially do to stop or give an end to it?
Yes?
Hi, thanks. My name is Henry. I come from Finland, but I'm living in Belgium at the moment. And I think it's very good that we've been talking so much about the strategic autonomy of the EU, about kind of the geopolitical position we are in. That's all very valuable, very good. But also, I think we just had a discussion this morning about the European elections next year and how we as young Europeans can extend the message to, European voters, get people interested. Because to be honest, this is a good discussion, but we are political scientists, we are university students, all that kind of thing. And as you were mentioning, the problem with Europe is it's, too complicated, too complex, too kind of high up there. So I think I'm happy that the Parliament has been doing things like, the directive on adequate minimum wages, the recommendation on minimum incomes, just improving the single market, the social market economy and all that. So I was just wondering, how do you, in the Parliament's perspective, see the ability to make things easier for the average European, the person who is dealing with the high cost of living, with the high energy crisis, so that, we also make sure that the internal market, the single market, is working as best as it can for the average European, the person who is not in these kinds of events. So thanks.
We have a question right at the back. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Hello, I'm Katinka from Romania. I'm here with the Democracy International team from Germany. I've noticed that there wasn't a lot of emphasis on education, and I think education is really the root of everything. We need to focus more on education, and teachers need help to help others. How can we do that? Do you have plans regarding this situation? Thank you very much.
Hard to decide. Here, right here.
Hello, my name is Dana Novacescu. I come also from Romania, and I'm a former national winner of the Charlemagne Youth Prize, and I'm also a law student and an Erasmus student. So I totally agree with what was said about the Erasmus program. It was incredibly amazing. But at the moment, I'm preoccupied with my bachelor thesis on fight against corruption, and on the moment, the Romanians, and you can see that in the Eurobarometer made from the European Union last year, that they are very preoccupied about corruption. And what I could observe is that prosecution now is this, like every single state is stressing prosecution and disciplinary actions. But prosecution and disciplinary action may eliminate the offender, but it cannot eradicate the phenomenon of corruption. So I think that we should change the focus on prevention measures. And as I saw from my research, there are not effective prevention measures at the moment, also in the European Union and also at the level of the member states. So what can we do? Because there are a lot of directives, a lot of international legal instruments, but they're not being applied. We don't see any real action.
Okay. So we have 4 questions. One is, Europe is supposed to be about a project of peace. And if I understand you correctly, what you're asking is, what's tomorrow's project of peace? Because there is a bit of a lack of perspective or vision, maybe. We have a question about the disconnect and the complexity of the European Union and how to make it more intelligible to citizens, especially young citizens. We have a question about what the EU can do to support education, even though that's a member state prerogative, vastly. And we have a question about how to prevent corruption better.
Okay, but I tend to answer to all the questions, so I don't know if that is what you want, guys. But I will. I will try. So, why do we let it happen? That's one of the toughest questions for me. As I said, I'm absolutely passionate about democracy and rule of law, and it hurts me almost physically to see what is going on in some parts of the world. But, of course, our possibility to influence that is limited, and we try to do it. Martin already mentioned, for example, our collaboration with other countries, for example, through free trade agreements. And there we always try to have chapters that relate to fundamental rights, to workers' rights, to environment, whatever. We're getting better at that. And of course, we use our limited, as Hans-Gert Pöttering said, diplomatic powers. At the moment, I think, I'm not sure how many, I think 6 or 8 European parliamentarians are banned from entering China because we as a parliament, and they specifically have been too outspoken about the fate of the Uyghurs in China. So we really try. But we have to be aware that it is a difficult task. And I think I might leave that to Martin because he is so much more experienced. That, of course, you know, if you go to Africa and you say, look, we help you if you uphold values, then they say, that's fine, thanks. There are others waiting, you know. But for Martin has so much more experience, I think I'll leave that part maybe more to you. But the other one, the Finnish question, I can answer because I'm, as a vice president, also responsible for communication, which more than anything implies the election campaign. And I came to the European Parliament having been, amongst others, Secretary General of my party, by the way, with a head of the party called Martin Schulz. And I thought, look, I know about communication and campaigning, I'll tell them, because you don't hear anything, you don't see anything about European Parliament, I'll tell them how it works. Oof. How arrogant can you be? Of course, when I came there, they have a huge department, very capable people, they're doing great things, but it's so difficult to get information to people who don't want, who are not interested, who don't even know that you exist as a European Parliament. You know, for a lot of people it's just Europe, they don't know about the institutions at all. So I could elaborate on that a long time. The only thing I will actually stress now is my favorite project, which is collaboration with influencers. I think this is really something that works well. And you can be these influencers too, talking about what can I do. You can be influencers. Just last week I met a bunch of them, just normal European people, but young people, but who have built a huge followership for whatever. Can be sports, can be culture, can be fashion, I don't know, I don't care. But not politics, usually. And if you get those people to say, look, Europe is so important, it shapes your life. A lot of your life depends on this election, and maybe we'll come to that later, this election more than any other election, I'm convinced. Then people who have never actually related to Europe and the European Union will say, oh, okay, if this influencer says we should care about Europe, let's think about it, at least, and maybe go and vote. So I think this is something we can really do. Educational, unfortunately, we have very little competences there, which is sad, but it's true, as a European Union. But we have Euro scholars. I would like to advocate for them. If you have any influence in this stage, please invite schools to become Euro scholars, to build a partnership with the European Parliament, and that means that we support them in at least educating kids more on European issues and affairs, and to have contacts, etc. And fight against corruption, yes, that's a really difficult. We have, I think Romania is in the EPPO, European Public Prosecutor's Office. So this is a huge tool to combat corruption. I'm glad that we have it. Unfortunately, of course, Hungary is not part of it, and the Commission has not, and I'm furious about this, the Commission has not made it a condition for Hungary to get its money, that is at the moment suspended, to join the European Public Prosecutor's Office. I mean, what the hell, you know? Hungary is going to build an own anti-corruption body, and everybody who knows just that much about Viktor Orban knows what's going to happen, which is happening at the moment. It will be full of people that are devoted to him, and nothing will actually happen. But you have it. It's important. We also have mechanisms to hold back European money if the state does not do enough against corruption. So we do have instruments, but I agree it's not being used as efficiently as it could be.
I can't get back to all the questions, and therefore I would answer to you, to the young lady from Luxembourg. I forgot your name. I know, behind you from Luxembourg. Laura. Yeah. I had the privilege to receive the Nobel Peace Prize for the European Union 10 years ago. And I'm deeply convinced until today that it was absolutely right and justified that the European Union received the Nobel Peace Prize. And to answer to your question, within the European Union, amongst the member states of the European Union, war is more or less impossible. The political, the social, the economic, the cultural integration between these member states of the European Union makes it more or less unthinkable. Nothing is impossible, but I can't imagine, and I try to be concrete. Let's imagine you go out in the streets in Berlin and ask a young man, should we attack the French? He will immediately appeal the medical security. Could you imagine that you go out into the streets in Paris and tell to a young woman, should we attack the Germans? It's more or less a psychological case then, not a political one. It's impossible. I doubt that the same would happen if you go in Moscow to the streets and ask a young man or a young woman, should we attack another country? He would perhaps answer yes, I'm prepared. That means within the European Union, structurally, we made war unthinkable. But we are not longer speaking about that. This is one of the biggest problems, that storytelling about this wonderful development. We are 72 years after the end of the Second World War. I tell you now two stories. His father died some month before the end of the Second World War. He is born in 1945, September 45. His father died before he was born, as a German soldier on the soil of another country. Quite understandable that Hans Gert, educated by his mother, became a pro-European. And the whole generation of people, he wrote his doctor thesis about the foreign policy of Konrad Adenauer, the man who integrated Germany into the European Union. It's absolutely understandable that the generation of Hans Gert were pro-European. One of our common friends, Jean-Claude Juncker, long-serving prime minister of your country, I had the privilege to meet his father. The father of Juncker became in 1940 a forced soldier of the German army, because Hitler declared Luxembourg is not a nation. This is a part of the German nation. They have to serve in our army. And he went to Russia with the German army by force, forced to be a German soldier. He came as a prisoner of war to Siberia because for the Russians he was a Nazi soldier. And he got back in 1947, deeply scared and depressed, and said to his son, if we want to get peace in Europe, Germany must become a democracy. And we may have to forgive them. These are the stories. In my eyes, such people were heroes. But nobody knew about that. Juncker never spoke publicly about that. But that, for Luxembourg, it was not the only one. A lot of people here in Belgium, on the other side in the Netherlands, people suffering by German occupation and war crimes, similar to what happens now in Bakhmut or in Bucha. But not only cases, thousands of such cases. These people on the other side of the border here in Aachen, they forgave us after the Second World War, 5 years later. The war ended in 1945. In 1950, Germany became a full-fledged member of the European Community of Coal and Steel, the nucleus of the European Union of today. Why we are not telling these stories? I quote Juncker once more, because I remembered when he once said in the European Parliament in a speech, for our grandchildren, Hitler will be as far as Napoleon is for us. And this is an enormous risk. The European Union internally is a community of peace. And therefore, we are obliged to defend the European Union when we want to defend and to secure peace. It's as easy as such.
Yes, it's not very true, but impressive as well what Martin Schulz has said. And you allow me to quote you. Martin knows more about me than many people, but anyhow, myself maybe. And he made, when I was elected president of the European Parliament, and Martin was chairman of the Socialists, he made a speech so well, so he could be a Christian Democrat. So I give it back to him now, what he said a few minutes. But it was very remarkable what he said, and I never forget this. What you said when I was elected president of the European Parliament. But the question of education, I think it's of greatest importance. And that's why we have built a House of European History. And if you have not yet been there, in the House of European History, behind the European Parliament in Brussels, I advise you to go there. And there is a deep truth, and Martin Schulz spoke about National Socialism, a totalitarian state. But there is a totalitarian on the left as well, and that was the Soviet Union. And there was a great Jewish lady, Hannah Arendt, Jewish, who taught as a political scientist in America. She left Germany during the 30s, and she described the instruments of a totalitarian state. And she said the instruments of the National Socialists and the instruments of the Soviet Union, Stalinism, Hitlerism, the results are the same. And I think this is a great challenge of your generation, that we resist all forms of authoritarian and totalitarian states and developments. And I come back to my point I mentioned earlier. I think it's of greatest importance that truth is a basis of politics. And I'm not very familiar with the new social media, but you are familiar with it. And we have to insist that the informations you get or we get by the social media are based on truth. And if this is not the case, I think we have to have a legislation on the European level, on the national level, that everything what we get as information must be based on truth. Otherwise, we will be in a terrible situation, and the people, especially young people, will be misled. And my second point is from the friend of Finland. Sovereignty for the European Union. I think the direction is the right one, but we should not discriminate the North Atlantic Alliance. Finland and Sweden will join the North Atlantic Alliance. And even some years ago, we would not have imagined that Finland would become a member of NATO. But now you will, and this is a result of the policy of this dictator in the Kremlin. But imagine if one day the Americans would withdraw. There comes another Trump or so, or Trump himself, and we are not prepared. And that's why I say the policy of Macron is right in the way that we have to be more European. We should remain Atlantic, but we should be more European. And I think this is a great task and responsibility of all member states of the European Union. And we as Germans say it's vital to have a good cooperation with France. And by the way, in 1990, Martin Schulz mentioned the coal and steel community. The answer for reconciliation came from France, from Robert Schuman, and he was a deep believer in Christianity, but even if not, he was the right. The reconciliation came from France. And before 1950, the principle always has been after a war to make the army stronger again, the national army, to fight for the next, to prepare for the next war. And so I think it's very vital that we understand that the European Union in itself is a peace union, but we have to do everything to make it stronger and to be in the situation that we can defend our own values. So, in one word, remain Atlantic, but become more European, and I think it's a great responsibility of Macron and of the German Chancellor Scholz to find an agreement and to speak to all the other heads of government to make the European Union stronger. And I think my country, my Chancellor, who is not my party, has a great responsibility to move further in this direction of making the European Union stronger.
Thank you. We started a bit late, so last round of questions, make it crisp, make it count. Let's start here.
I tried this question last panel, but I'll try again because the answer was people are different, and this is something that really worries me. So it was mentioned that threats from within are present, and one of them for me, coming from Estonia, is not only reluctance to accept the European Union, but the reluctance to accept the Estonian state. Narva, a whole city, 90+% Russian speaking, and they almost elected a person who the same day of elections was in Moscow at Solovyov's show to the parliament. And it's obvious that their attitude is very hostile. It is prevalent, it is very loud, and it's creating a lot of problems in the small state of Estonia, similar situation in Latvia and Lithuania. But that's the Russian-speaking minority in those countries that's been there for a long time. I'm also hearing and seeing this reaction in people who aren't even related to Russia, who have just been interested in the culture and happen to speak the language. And now they're upholding Putin's sort of discourse. And I've just been to Hungary, walking around the streets of Budapest. It reminds me, as somebody who has been to Moscow many times, of the vibes I was seeing there a long time ago.
And your question is?
And my question is, with all this in mind, how do we not pass the point we passed with Ukraine and Russia? Because there's been a lot of allowances on behalf of the EU buying things that we shouldn't maybe been buying. We observe these problems, and in the last discussion, the answer was basically people are different. That's nothing we can do there, but to me, that is a very worrying situation that I observe now. Can we act on it now so that it doesn't get worse?
Your neighbor?
Actually, also physically neighbor, Anthony Fedorov. I am the Charlemagne Youth Prize national winner from Finland. My question is short, sweet. We've observed this phenomenon in other international organizations, UN namely, but we see this also in the EU. How can we combat national governments using the EU to promote their successes, and then when their failures happen, it's all apparently the EU's fault, namely with love from having studied in the UK. Thank you.
Thank you. Last question here. Yes. Oh.
I'm Sergio con y posición. Cuando vamos a tener creamos para las personas con discapacidad en Europa.
Maybe you can translate
Please.
Spanish. The translation? Yeah. Yeah, if you like. I could have also.
He wanted to ask, when will there be an Erasmus program for people with special disabilities? Because currently there is a program for people that are blind, for example, and the program is adapted so that they can have the studies that they do, for example, turned into a language they can understand. But what there isn't is an Erasmus Plus for special people with Down syndrome and things like that. And the question is, will there be one? When? So.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you so much. I'm sorry for all the questions we couldn't take. We have a couple of minutes to finish. So, concluding statements answering these 3 questions. Make it sweet.
if the guys push you first as a woman, always be careful. But no, just joking, just joking. Just joking. Yes, well, the Russian-speaking minorities or majorities, Hungary, there was a survey in Hungary how many Fidesz voters, so voters for Orban's party, actually believe that it's Russia's fault, or responsibility, this war. Can you guess how many Fidesz voters thought it was Russians' responsibility? Give me a number. You've heard my speech before. She said 5, it's actually 4. 4% in Fidesz voters believe that it's Russia's responsibility. The others say it's the US, the EU, NATO, or Ukraine itself. So that is what disinformation can do. And even the Fidesz MEPs, members of European Parliament, they voted in favor of sanctions against Russia, but they said at home that they voted against. They really did, it's not a joke. And that only works if you have the media completely in your hands. There is not one single independent radio station anymore in Hungary. There is one, two TV, but radio, none left, and papers, very little. So this is what happens. So what we actually have to fight, or can fight. We cannot forbid them to think what they think. And I'm therefore also a bit critical on, we have to make sure that something is the truth, because as a lawyer and a former judge, I know that truth is something subjective. And you can swear that this guy was wearing a red coat, and you can give your life for it, and it might still not be true. So this is dangerous. But what we have to do is fight disinformation as much as we can. We cannot put up a ministry for truth or something like that, as in Harry Potter. We should not. We should refrain from that. It's dangerous. So what we did, for example, we in the Digital Services Act, we actually obliged the big platforms to act as if content is contested, and to check, to verify, and to react, to withdraw, or to block, or whatever. We have to do counter true information. We have to be there and say what is happening, what is really happening. But without wanting to deceive you, we cannot forbid them to think what they think or to be who they are. That's true. So we have to strengthen those who are telling the truth, and we have to combat those who disseminate lies. That is what we can do and what we are doing. We have also legislation on foreign interference, so we're really doing this. Yes, and I leave the other to the others.
We need to conclude very soon. Maybe just a couple of sentences to close.
Can you repeat what you said?
We need to conclude, and Mr. Linden is waiting for the stage. So just a couple of sentences to close this session.
Okay, I think politics always have to be credible. And the example President Barlay just mentioned as far as Hungary is concerned, I was in Budapest 5 weeks ago, and I saw many, what is it, diese Säulen, many publications outside in the public, advertisement or whatever we call it, that 90% of the Hungarian population is against sanctions against Russia. And in Brussels, Orban is voting in favor of sanctions. And so this is a misinformation. And I think we have to be very careful that what we do is in accordance with what we say. Otherwise, politics is not credible anymore. And Brexit is an example, if you always distinguish between what is the reality and what finally the people do, then it becomes dangerous. Johnson was a liar, and Cameron prepared this way. The Conservatives were part of the group which I led in the European Parliament. 90% of them were excellent, and I had no problems with them, but Cameron always spoke reluctantly or badly about the European Union, and then he expected that the British would vote in favor of staying in the European Union. And so we must be very careful what we say. And my last point is Finland, that the national governments, when they have a success or they think they have a success in Brussels, then they are the great heroes, but if there are negative developments, then Brussels is responsible. And my understanding of politics is that the different levels of politics, the local level, the regional level, the national level, and the European level have to have an understanding that everything belongs to each other, and there should not be a contradiction between the European and national level or between the national level and the regional level. So politics is something which concerns all levels, and we need more cooperation and more understanding between these different levels.
Thank you. Last word?
I agree with everything. The European Union is not a federal state in which Germany has the role like Florida in the United States or France, the role of Texas. We are a union of sovereign countries. And if the governments of these sovereign countries don't feel responsible and accountable for the union will fail. But that is the reality in the majority of member states. Giorgia Meloni is an example. She led the whole election campaign against the European Union. Now she's a prime minister. She knows that she can't go against the Union because Italy is depending from the money from the European Union. It's an easy as such. But deep in their heart, she is against the European Union. And my feeling looking to the single market and the economic effect of the single market and the advantage of the member states having from the single market, we have a lot of salesmen in the European Union and few statesmen. And this is one of our biggest problems, that exactly what you described happens every day. Success is national, failure is European, and then people are astonished and surprised that the citizens have the same feeling. If you are not, as a leader of a national government, prepared to explain to your own nation that even countries like Germany will not survive in worldwide competition politically and economically without the European Union, if you not declare to your people that you will not tackle the challenges of the 21st century alone, but only in that community, then you are playing with the advantages and the chances of the next generation. And this is, in my eyes, in too much national capitals the case.
Thank you.
Just to answer on the Erasmus question, I checked it while the others were speaking, because I knew that in the new Erasmus program, it is supposed to be an inclusive program. We really put a high importance there, and there is a website that is called inclusivemobility.eu, where you can find everything. And for Germany, I know that persons with handicaps, or however you call it in your language, get additional funding. So I don't know about Spain. I tried to check it. I wasn't quick enough, but have a look there. And actually, especially students with disabilities should be included into Erasmus. That's one of the big new achievements that we were able to get. So good luck.
Thank you so much for everyone in the room, up here, and in the audience for this amazing discussion. I hope everybody is going to leave inspired. I apologize for running over time, but we started a bit late. So we will leave the stage to Mr. Linden now. Yeah, genau. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like all the actors of this wonderful discussion we had this morning and this afternoon. But as well, I would like to thank you all for participating in our event. I think it's very, very important that we show Europeans stand together. And when we dare a very short look on Charlemagne's Prize of tomorrow, so we have two important things to remark. First one, the Charlemagne Prize is by its origin a very idealistic prize. European integration, freedom, peace, understanding, cooperation, respect, tolerance, and so on. It's for the first time in its more than 70 years history that this prize is awarded during a war. And that means that the ideals we had at the beginning have a certain disillusion by the events that happen actually. And we have to face that the European Union, that peace, is not only to maintain by diplomacy, dialogue, or economic cooperation, but even by weapons. And so let me make the second remark. Charlemagne Prize always makes messages. Remember, for example, 2018, Macron, laureate at that moment, and we said, the European Union must be renovated. We must make reforms. Or 2019, Guterres, multilateralism, at a moment where Trump was still sitting in the White House. Or last year, the 3 Belarusian opponents, and we said as a message, we must have freedom, liberty, and democracy, not only in Belarus. And this year, the Charlemagne Prize, for the first time in its history, takes side for Ukraine. As we know, that Ukraine is not only defending its own country, its own sovereignty, the lives of their people, they are defending as well Europe, our values, our principles, the order of our social life, and the order of our security. So in this sense, it is indeed, in my view, and I follow the Charlemagne Prize for more than 30 years, tomorrow a very special one. And when you're going to ask me whether the laureate of tomorrow will arrive in Aachen, I have to say I don't know. But hopefully he will come, so that we can show him we stand together with Ukraine and we stand behind him. In this sense, welcome to Aachen, and hopefully we will have a Charlemagne Prize that shows to all the world we stand together, united and free. Thank you.
So please have a seat for 5 minutes more. As my role of the head of the Charlemagne Prize Foundation, it's my role to find the famous last words here. I don't know why, but this is a tradition that we follow for 70 years. And well, this is a very special moment. Never in the nearer history we had a situation like that where we're talking about war. Europe normally was a peace project. Now it is a peace project too, but we are talking not only about soft powers and values, we are talking about hard power. This was something that was quite, well, new for us. And well, we had the Charlemagne Youth Prize yesterday, which was a very special occasion of welcoming you all and our alumni network now, and see which power is behind that. This is the power of youth. Yeah? And if I draw your attention to this little map there about Europe, Aachen intends to see themselves right in the middle, yes? But I think we have to move this map, no? So the center is now very much more in the east. Probably we're going to change that. Yeah, it was a pleasure having you all, and well, it will be wonderful to see you all next year. Thank you very much for attending, and I have to thank our sponsors, which are there on the very left of the map, and thank you very much to BVR, and hopefully we all see each other next year. Thank you.
You got me exclusive. I'm so high up and lucid. You take me to a safe place. We steady on the same pace, yeah. I'm crazy. You like that? Don't back down. No, you talk back. Keep it spicy. That's a fact. We on the right track, yeah. Driving me wild, giddy up like a stallion. Saddle up and ride you, we crossing the line like a champion. Driving me wild, giddy up like a stallion. Saddle up and ride you, we crossing the line, we some champions. We know how to make it rain in the bedroom. We don't need a club, got our own groove. Coming at the same time, yeah. You don't bust a dime for us. When we make it rain in the bedroom, we don't tell us all what we gon' do. Dirty little secrets, yeah. Keep it in the sheets with us. When we make it rain in the bedroom. When we make it rain in the bedroom. I'm a main squeeze, don't get it twisted. There's a problem, we gonna fix it. This ain't the type of thing you lose, so let's keep on doing what we do. Driving me wild, giddy up like a stallion. Saddle up and ride you, we crossing the line like a champion. Driving me wild, giddy up like a stallion. Saddle up and ride you, we crossing the line, we some champions. We know how to make it rain in the bedroom. We don't need a club, got our own groove. Coming at the same time, yeah. You don't got the time for us. you.